टेस्ट साउंड दीजिएगा एक सेकंड।
चेक
सही।
do one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Give the 3 captured direct quotes.
मैं पोर्ट ही चेंज करके देख
ये वाला
एकदम से
Hello.
मैंने बाहर के स्पीकर्स बंद किए हैं
अच्छा
लेकिन कोर्स पे लाइव
हाँ सही
आपके पास ऑडियो आ रही है Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you say something?
Can you hear me?
Speaker चला दो Yeah, give a test 1 2 3.
Test 1 2 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lights बंद करवा
You
दे.
want me to switch off the lights?
Yeah, we can just have the presentation on screen.
But when Maliha will come and then we'll switch off the lights.
Okay, sure. If you okay, ठीक है. It's off. I think this is the only mic on right now, so you all can hear me. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience and coming all the way out here. This is part of the KB22 discursive series in collaboration with Aica International. This is our 2-day seminar, Ruptured Histories, Critical Exchanges on the Issues of Decolonization. We have a very exciting program planned for you. We have 2 speakers for the first session, Maliha Noorani and Salman Atif. But before we begin, I'd like to invite Nilüfer Farooq, Managing Trustee of KBT, to the stage to make welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. We in this room, I don't think we really need a mic, but they've kitted us up with these mics. Welcome to everyone, and thank you for braving the uncertainty in the city today. That we were just discussing, you never really know what's going to happen in which part of the city. So I think it's really just speaks of your interest and your commitment to kind of look at these critical exchanges in more detail throughout this seminar. Decolonization has become a sort of hot topic. You know, academia, other institutions have really picked it up, and there's a lot of kind of exchanges going on. But I like to think that it sort of started with independence of these colonies, where it was a part of the agenda of every freedom movement, where there was this move to reclaim culture, of course, political independence as well, but definitely culture that came from the people themselves. But today, when we look at the scenario, we see three major narratives converging. One is the narrative of the people who were colonized, and that's a lot of us sitting here. You know, our ancestors saw 200 years of colonization, a complete kind of change within the system, upheaval, cultural upheaval. And then we got our independence, and we were, in a way, masters of our own future. But what did we do with that? Did we devise strategies to change that, the colonized institutions? This is something we will be talking about. And how insidious are those kind of influences in our system? As things we take for granted, received knowledge. What kind of received knowledge should we accept unquestioningly is another aspect that we will sort of look into the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. The second narrative which is less spoken about, is the narrative of the nation of the colonized powers. And I'd like to make that separation here, the people and the state of the colonizing powers. Well, if you do research and you look at the material out there, what was fed to the people through the print media, through maybe exhibitions like the Raj exhibitions in the UK, there was a particular lens used to kind of project the mission of the colonization in a particular way, that they were civilizing the world. There was no culture. There was a very primitive culture. And a lot of these narratives came from the political agenda of the colonizers. And these people, sort of, there was this hyper glorification of colonization, and also the brutal facts and the kind of large-scale robbing of the resources of the colonies were never a part of the discussion. And even today, when I meet scholars and we talk about these facts, the way history was distorted and manipulated, very few people really understand the depth of this impact. And we will also try to touch upon that. Then the third narrative that has emerged and is how people from the colonies moved to the colonizers' lands, and how they now live there in large numbers, and how every day they negotiate culture. How much do they assert their own culture? How much do they absorb the culture of that land? And where do they place themselves in this very complex political situation? So I think these speakers today and tomorrow will be touching upon them. And then let me tell you a little bit about how this seminar came about. Almost 2 years ago, we were in the middle of COVID. And then I'm a part of the Aica International's Fellowship Fund, a project that could reach out to the 40,000 members of Aica all over the world, across all continents. And what would be common to us? So obviously, there was a lot of discussion. And then we finally thought that decolonization was maybe something that everybody, it would resonate with everybody. So they invited me to conceptualize this project. It was supposed to be based on 4 webinars and 1 physical seminar. And I told we would be having the Karachi Biennale, and then we'd be happy to sort of have a physical seminar here. Unfortunately, due to funding, we could only have 1 webinar, which was based on slavery, and it connected 2 major exhibitions, one in Amsterdam on slavery that took place last May, and one in Sao Paulo that took place a few years earlier. Both the curators were there, the curatorial teams were there, and scholars were there from Africa. And then we had this discussion, a very interesting discussion. Maybe it's on YouTube, I'm not sure, but you can definitely check it out. And then there was this big gap, funding went dry. But at the Karachi Biennale, we decided to keep our promise and have this physical seminar. It wasn't easy. And my trustees, fellow trustees sitting here know, we had to scrounge for funds. There were never any funds for seminars, but they were generous. So we went ahead. And we have some South Asian speakers. We have people online that are coming in from France and from Japan. So obviously the scope is different and it's very focused on South Asia. But here we are. Also, my thanks go out to Aica, its president, Lisbeth Robello, and Danielle Pereira, who actually were unstinting in their support to have this project go ahead. So Danielle will be coming in this afternoon to sort of say a few words. And so a lot of questions the next 2 days, and let's kind of get deeper into this issue. Thank you. Let's go on.
Zoom at the same time. I feel like that might happen occasionally. Just
We'd like to make presentations to the people who have speakers of the first session.
Rani.
Salman Asif.
Now I would like to introduce the moderator for our first session, Nagin Sheikh. Nagin Sheikh is an art historian, art and book critic, and an academic of liberal arts. Her research interests are in the transnational and global perspectives of art and design in South Asia, studio practices, early modern art, and historical collaborations between materials, art, and science. She read art history and criticism as a Fulbright scholar at the State University of New York in Stony Brook and industrial design from the University of Karachi. Her critical research is often published by Hyperallergic, Dawn News, the Karachi Collective, and others. Nagin is getting her head mic put on, and then she'll be joining us on stage. Thank you.
Sorry, we're trying to, oh, it's here. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Welcome to the Ruptured Histories seminar hosted by Karachi Biennale 2022 in collaboration with Aica International. I'm very excited to have our guest speakers for today's seminar over here, where we are trying to promote critical exchanges between art and decolonization. So our first speaker today is Maliha Noorani. Maliha's getting her mic set up. Okay. Maliha is assistant professor of art history at the National College of Arts, where she particularly enjoys teaching global modernism. She also works with UNESCO as a museum specialist. After her BFA, Maliha studied art history at the SOAS University of London and at Yale University in the US. She has been the Norma Jean Calderwood Curatorial Fellow in the Islamic Art and later Indian Art Department at the Arthur M. Sackler Art Museum and at the Harvard Art Museum. Her most recent curatorial project was Taxila Museum's first special exhibit titled Gandhara Routes and Roots. She has also been associated with the Sotheby's London and has worked with the Asia Art Archive in Hong Kong. Her research and curatorial interests are in the intersections of South Asian colonial visual culture with modern art institutional histories. So she basically engages with themes concerning decolonization in art history, intercultural promotion of art, and issues of patronage and artistic production. So today for us, her paper is titled Demystifying the Rubric, Neo-Miniature Painting in Pakistan, where she is going to identify and dismantle the popularly perceived fractures within Pakistan's art historical arc. So please welcome Maliha Noorani. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, oh, it's working, it's magic. Thank you all for being here and coming on a Saturday morning to listen to discursive, oh, sorry, I'm just going to put this here, is that okay? मैं इसको उतार दूं? Sorry. Yes, I'm good. Is that all right? That's good. Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for coming. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, particularly Karachi Biennale Foundation for having me. And to, of course, Nilofer Farooq, as always, you are the backbone of this really like relentless hard work that you have to do to make such things come to life. I'd like to congratulate Faisal Anwar for putting out a beautiful biennale, really thoughtful. And thank you. I feel like this is going to be a very, it's a cozy conversation on a Saturday morning, and I look forward to it. So to begin, because I have a lot to get through. In Lewis Carroll's ubiquitous work, Alice in Wonderland, the King of Hearts advises the confused white rabbit to present his testimony in court thus. He says, "Begin at the beginning," the king says very gravely, "go on till you come to the end and then stop." Such excellent advice. One I really wanted to apply as my methodology for this paper, but alas, the advice brings forward more questions than it does clarity. Questions like, within the stories of art, what qualifies as a or the beginning? Is in this section of art history in South Asia, there is in fact no singular beginning. If there is a beginning at all, and similarly, no definitive end. Even if we were to construct a linear sequence of histories compounded and coded for our easy ingestion, where would the beginning be? Is planting the seed a or the beginning, or the tilling of the land a or the beginning? Or is it the seed's successful germination a or the beginning? So identifying a or the beginning also is problematic because it encodes and prioritizes a singular historical moment and narrative over a multitude of others. The collateral damage here would be erasure and exclusion of other moments and histories. History, of course, as we know, is not a monolith, and here decolonization serves us with a good framework to consider. So, of course, Frantz Fanon, really the angry Algerian French person who, I love it, someone at the back is like, yes, he sets us straight very early on. And he says here, decolonization, which sets out to change the order of the world, is obviously a program of complete disorder. But it cannot come as a result of magical practices, nor of a natural shock, nor of a friendly understanding. Decolonization, as we know it, is a historical process. That is to say, it cannot be understood, it cannot become intelligible, nor clear to itself, except in the exact measure that we can discern the movements which give it historical form and content. Apologies that so much English so early in the morning. Words, can you hear me? Yes. And it is a reminder. It is a reminder of the effort and the consistent kind of pushback in many ways that all of us inhabit in our bodies, in our practices, whether it is art historical, artistic, whatever your work is. And it is not something that can be separated, especially even though we think, you know, it's been the world kind of is a post-colonial world, but that post-colonial world, the landscape is continually changing. And it's important then for us to consider Fanon's words and understand that the order of things is that there is no order, in fact. And these words give me great comfort because that linearity, the idea codifying even resistance is problematic, because how does one do that? What does it look like? Does resistance have to look like something? Does it have to be resistance in an aggressive way? What does it look like? Through my years of research and practice, moving on, in order to demystify post-colonial anxieties within the art, the most important thing for us to do is, of course, to move away from reading art history as a singular arc and examine artistic responses to codified narratives. In the telling and retelling of Pakistan's art history, what aspects have been privileged? How does this help us understand the inherited anxieties that created hierarchies, artistic choice, and the transmission of a monolithic narrative constructed in a restless and young post-colonial world? I feel like it's still quite young, in particular within the genre of contemporary miniature painting. Mapping out a constellation of movements, works, and artists to understand and unpack contemporary miniature paintings' micro-histories. This paper will look at how artists working within the rubric of miniature painting are responding to their contemporary environment. We references a spectrum of artistic styles, primarily works on paper developed in the Islamic world from approximately the 12th century onwards. Miniature painting within the Islamic tradition first appear as illustrations or the art of the book. It is therefore common to see these paintings accompanied by or to include text, calligraphy, and or inscriptions. Different styles of miniature paintings are commonly referred to as schools. So you have the Kangra school, you will have the Mughal school, often referencing the geographical location or dynastic rule that they were developed under. South Asian miniature painting includes schools developed under Hindu, Jain, Buddhist orders as well, but the purview of this talk, we're going to keep it to the Islamic the tradition. But there is an entire vast world of non-Islamic or Indo-Islamic or intersectional works that exist
that are outside the Islamic world, or just kind of overlap it, which unfortunately we cannot get into. Otherwise, we'd be here only talking about this for 2 days. In terms of refinement of technique and style, going up and down, innovation, everyone is different. So these schools have varying degrees of stylistic innovation. Traditional miniature paintings were produced primarily in an atelier or kharna, and this is an important point to remember, because this was it was produced primarily in an atelier or a karkhana under imperial or sub-imperial patronage. The master artist or ustad would render the works, but apprentices or younger artists would work on the paintings together. The stages of making a miniature painting are clearly demarcated. So you have clear points of how you create a miniature work, which is the paper on which traditionally miniature painting is done. There is the line work stage, the gadrang or the neem rung. These are all technical terms that you may or may not know. It's fine, but these are just stages, and it's always nice to reference in the language that they are referenced in. So apply your brush strokes to build up the body of the further refine the work, the rendering. Painting was, however, here, this is the crucial thing, is that it was done communally. Communally, and the wasli was passed around at different stages, and artists were mostly anonymous. It was mostly that the master artist, out of which just the master artist of the ustad, like Bichtar, Miskin, Mir Said Ali, Abdul Samad, these are like the artists that we know who have been recorded or documented within the miniature. They have done this work, but otherwise, these paintings have passed the hands of dozens of anonymous artists. And it's also important to know that they were painted over on as well. So these paintings, some of them are like palimpsests. They have been worked on because they're inherited part of whatever imperial atelier or sub-imperial atelier they belong to. Within Pakistani art, the Pakistani art world, particularly from the 1990s to present, we have what is the contemporary miniature painting form. And this is a little different. So we'd like to make a demarcation of what is traditional and what is contemporary. Here, this contemporary miniature painting is the work produced using few, several, or all elements of style, techniques, and artwork here can range from being meticulous by simply referencing its medium or its technique. So it's not necessary that you must follow a or artists have within its histories followed, or we have to do start to finish. It has to be a faithful reproduction of style, form, and process. No, contemporary miniature has deconstructed that process, has deconstructed material, has deconstructed technique. So, but within the Pakistani art world, particularly from 1990s to present, contemporary miniature painting, its heartland lying in Pakistan, historically spanning South Asia and Iran, grew from a niche subgenre within the realm of the decorative arts and craft to an independent discipline and movement that has generated a new field of dynamic artists, artistic discourse, and practice. The institutional growth of miniature painting department at the National College of Arts, from a very small niche studio specializing in this like marginalized art form, to now admitting a sizable majority at par with the always very popular painting department, we see that it has grown. Not only that, but miniature painting departments within art institutions across the country have mushroomed. So here I ask the question, why? Why? What propelled early contemporary miniature artists to revisit an art form that has a static reputation at best and has traditionally been lumped under a very leaky umbrella term of craft? when they have reasonable, if not slightly delayed, access to new technologies and material available to them from the Western metropole. So why choose this area? Why, with their freedom, did they feel bound to work within the fairly rigid parameters of this deeply technical and rigorous art form? Specializing in a traditional art form, particularly an Eastern vernacular, was to be bound by technical practice and limited in conceptual scope, which is, if one thinks about it, the inverse of its hyphenated sister term, contemporary. So what was it? What was the reason? I mean, it's one thing to kind of think about why. Why would you choose this? Why go forward with this? Why did the miniature painting department at NCA and then further on in other institutions blossom? And this is what my hypothesis is. Painters whose art practice was deeply centered, the traditional. It was a history that I keep going upper and niche. I apologize because I feel like the mic cuts out and then I have to throw my voice and then you are assaulted. A history that predates links to an Islamic or indigenous South Asian one. Understand and reach modernity and arrive at a source that generates a sense of historical ownership and empowerment, even a sense of pride in reclaiming an artistic inheritance that was disrupted. And when we talk about ruptured histories, this is, should I just cut the mic? Yeah, should we just put this on? Tech people, I am not, sorry. Huh? Yes, I think this is a good idea. Can we replace the mic? Oh, you didn't hear it? Ah, yeah, you missed the punchline. Yeah, you need to hear the punchline. Absolutely. Can we have a alternative? Should I come there? Anji, क्या करो?
ये पहने ना।
अच्छा, ये पहने लूं? Sorry.
You just changed the device.
Okay, wait. Sorry. मैंने ये ठीक किया? How do I put this on my? Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, sorry, receiver. Here you are. Okay, great. Good to go. Something's happening here. Oops. Well, this is a point of rupture for me at. Oh, thank you. Feel like I will put this away then. All right, so I will reread that. All right. Why? Yes. So for some contemporary miniature painters whose art practice was deeply centered in the traditional miniature painting rubric, as well as those whose artwork appropriated specific aspects, but not all, of traditional miniature painting into their practice, it was an exercise to connect with a deeper history. So a history that predates a colonial past and links to an Islamic or an indigenous South Asian one. It was an effort to understand and reach beyond conversations around modernity to arrive at a source that generates a sense of historical ownership, empowerment, and even a sense of pride in reclaiming an artistic inheritance. This is the point of recovery from rupture, the rupture being the colonial obstruction, which I speak of more at length in a bit. This art form, though, in its ironically nascent years of resurgence in the late 20th century, so like the 1990s, 21st century, sorry, yeah, was considered antiquated, provided young artists a visual vocabulary that allowed them to speak, outside the frame of Western-centric modes of painting and possibly claim or reclaim a connection or speak from a place of uninterrupted authenticity from a post-colonial location. Historically speaking, this is not the first time either. The Bengal school, a century earlier, had unpacked colonial anxieties in the South Asian self as the artist. So here you have A.R. Chugtai, Abdur Rahman Chugtai over here, the passing of Shah Jahan, and on my right, I guess your left, Abrindernath Tagore is my mother. These artists were, and for those of you unaware, were also looking to respond to a deeply fraught moment within colonial British India, and resist by resisting modes of painting that were Western-centric. So even the act of painting on paper became an act of resistance. The act of working with a Pan-Asian perspective rather than a Western perspective. So looking at Japanese artists rather than looking at Western artists or the European artists that they had been inundated with earlier, that was an act of resistance for them. However, this too, so these stories are not resolved, by the way. There is no kind of grand end to this. It is an ongoing story which I am unpacking for you, a constellation of microhistories, as it were, to present the kind of the lay of the land as I see it, and I have viewed it. Yes. Mid-century artists like Anwar Jalal Shamsa, living in a newly post-colonial space, he's like almost, this is happening in the 1890s to the early 1900s. And of course, Shamsa, she moves mid-century, just after 20 years after partition, he moves to the UK and he finds himself living in a newly post-colonial space, alienated on the front lines of a now phantom empire, with nothing but his art as a weapon against bias and bigotry. And I apologize for the hyperbole, but really it was that. It was really lonely and alienating. And I feel like the Pali Diwan also spoke of it, and this is something she's speaking of a recently deceased artist. So these stories are kind of cyclical. You know, these stories are not particular only to their time. Art historian and cultural theorist Kobena Mercer, and I would like to read this out to you, speaks about Shamsa's work and his experiences of his interactions with the art establishment in the UK. In 1960, Coldstream Report made live drawing foundational to the UK art education. So Shamsa studied in the UK, he studied at the Slade, but found himself at a crux. Whereas the drawn line in Western empirical traditions of detached observation makes itself mimetically subservient to the world of visual appearances, the calligraphic line in Islamic arts of inscription is the holy word itself. In revealed religion, the scribe is not ornamenting or decorating a prosaic message, but is subservient to the act of spiritual devotion. It is not that Gombrich, Hans Ernest Gombrich, who wrote The Story of Art, he was an art scholar, was ill-informed. Rather, a commonplace narration of Islamic art as ornament and decoration, making it functional rather than autonomous, was predicated on the philosophical view that the essential building blocks of pure form were under symbolic ownership of the West. So here we're looking at hierarchies of power dynamics. Who's the keeper? Who gets to say what a line is and what's decorative and what's conceptual? This is what Mercer is talking about essentially. Furthermore, it was presumed that form had been paramount ever since the ancient Greeks, despite the supposed irreverence of particularistic origins or localized circumstances of time and space in the master narratives of philosophical idealism. The sphere, the cube, and the pyramid that Plato had in mind when he posited geometry as the ultimate template for a transcendent realm of pure form were idealizations when the formalist tradition in the West-centric narratives inherited Plato's philosophical idealism. So here, what we are seeing is that there are 2 points of viewing the same thing, but the thing is not the same, as Mercer speaks. And Shamsa finds his work kind of lost in translation. He finds that his work cannot be transliterated into an English medium, and therefore into this paradigm, into these power structures. And so his work leads to a lot of confusion, and therefore, and of course, then you just discount it or you exclude it because it doesn't make sense to you. Therefore, why bother? And of course, there was, of course, Rashid Arain, who's also at the forefront in the UK as one of the early diaspora artists and artist of color. But it's also interesting to see how everyone's journey is quite different, and we be able to understand the kind of multiple flavors of these micro histories and understand the kind of patchwork ways in which people were responding to their contemporary environment as practicing artists. So again, coming back to the idea of hierarchies, it's very important for us to understand where that begins. So here we go back a little to the colonial period, and we look at this. All right. So what do you see here? You see portrait of 5-seated gentlemen may either be poking fun at its subjects or simply a whimsical result of a hybrid style, right? I invite you to look at the way that their bodies sit on the chair, right? The men wearing Western dress are in mid-conversation, perched awkwardly on their chairs and legs askew. The pink tones of their faces are rendered sensitively in a gouache technique, which was used widely, of course, in Indian miniature painting or South Asian miniature painting. But the artist's attempt to employ three-dimensionality and volume reflects, of course, a growing interest in European style and also an awkwardness of execution. We're not quite sure if this is meant to be a parody or if it in fact is an attempt to draw a body on a chair. So why are we unsure? What is happening is that the Indian artist is asked to create work that is outside the purview of their own traditional scope. With the advent of European, with the advent of the British, the Portuguese, the French, there's a massive European influx, of course, and then you have the disintegration of existing ateliers like the Mughal one or the Deccani atelier or the one in Kota, the Rajasthani's ones. They're all now the people who are the new patrons are the English, the Europeans. They're the ones who have the money. They're the ones who have the interest. And of course, they're really interested in taxonomies. They're really interested in this, but not from the same perspective, perhaps, as the Mughals or other existing patrons were. Adapting the eye, money, patrons, these are the things that one had to do. So art historian Holly Schaefer talks about how the Indian artists had to adapt their eye to find themselves, to find a kind of a common ground with the tastes of the European artist and their own kind of inherited techniques and understanding of how it is. So the reason why, and I've just shown you some really wonderful works that existed pre this very slightly awkward painting, is because actually they were not used to, sorry, I'm going to go forward and then I'm going to go back. The Indian body was never traditionally drawn on a chair. So the Indian body was always seated, even if it was a throne. As you can see, the throne was a takht, which is a low bench on which one sits cross-legged, or one sits in a way that is different from how the body sits in a chair. So even understanding how a body is meant to work on this contraption, which is a chair, is an innovation, and it is new and it is strange. And of course, these to our modern contemporary eyes, it just feels like it's awkward. But these are the kind of microaggressions that were happening at the time, that one is just lost in the tidal wave of like macro histories, really. So here, this is what it is. So this shifting paradigm dynamic, and a moment of we will talk about that actually in a minute. I also want to just draw your attention here, because here you have Victoria Maharani. All right, this is Queen Victoria with Princess Anne. And as you can see, Queen Victoria, this is a real homage to Queen Victoria, but of course, completely at odds with Victorian sensibilities of the time. We are looking at Queen Victoria bare-chested, breastfeeding her child, which is of course something you would never see in a depiction of a royal figure in the Western idiom. And that's because these are the kind of opposing belief systems that prioritize certain things. So the greatest thing within a South Asian context is to give this person the kind of priority of a mum, or the significance of a mother. And therefore, and of course, the process of what the body is for a South Asian person is very different. So these are the value systems and the hierarchies that are kind of clashing, and create these uncomfortable moments within. So I did some research on these, actually. I worked on these, and my own kind of immediate response to this work was, how can they do that to Queen Victoria? And I was like, but what have they done to Queen Victoria? Have they done something bad actually? Or is it my own internal orientalizing eye that thinks this? So there is a real moment of like checking one's own responses as well. Sorry, I digress, but I think it's important for us to discuss these things along with what I'm saying. And of course, these are studies that show how the European facial features, the way that their faces are molded are of course different to Indian ones. And so you have this inscribed, their actual people studies of actual people's profiles. As time goes, you find that the Indian artist adapts to chairs and people sitting on chairs. However, we also see that actually things like, I would like to show you in this one, you see that the woman sitting in front is smaller than the man sitting at the back. This is definitely against the single point perspective, because traditionally in the European way of drawing, the thing closest to you is the biggest, and the thing furthest away to you is the smallest. Here it's the inverse. And to a European eye, this would feel like it is an uneducated understanding of perspective or perspectival views. Why can we see the carpet when I am looking from this way? I should not be able to see the entire flatness of this carpet and see the background and the foreground at the same time. So for the European eye, this is very puzzling at best, but it displays for them an ignorance of science and an ignorance of understanding. However, within the miniature painting idiom, what's happening is that it's a narrative form, as I mentioned earlier. So it always will prioritize the story. And here, every aspect must be seen. So this kind of 3-point perspective is stuff that you will see throughout. And I would encourage you, next time you look at a miniature, look at the perspective. The lady in front is unobstructed. The man at the back, the officer at the back, is also unobstructed. You are getting unobstructed views of everything, because they chose to suspend the ideas of scientific perspective, because there was something that they thought was far more important, which was to show the story. And this is actually conceptual work, my friends, that was happening way earlier. In traditional miniature painting. So I hope you will look at miniature paintings differently a little bit as well. That is a small ivory that has been painted, and I always find this very interesting because I like to look at the objects that have been displayed in the paintings as well, because they tell us quite a bit about the material culture of that time. These are dynastic portraits. These are traditional miniature, kind of early miniature paintings. The one with on the far end is an earlier one, and the one here is one from the Deccan, which is the south, like the middle, the belly of India is basically the Deccan. And you see that Deccani officers have inserted themselves within these grand genealogies there. But what is really interesting, what I would like for you to impress upon you is the idea of hierarchy. Like we were looking at the Bengal school quite briefly, the hierarchy of material, the hierarchy of process, of technique, and of the ways of seeing. So they are now having to deal with that. This I wanted to show you as the takht on which they would sit. Again, the seated posture, which is what the Indian artist is used to. Oh, yes. Sorry, I think yes. So what happened here and what happened here? So what do we see here? We see the Indian response to the polyglot Bible that was brought in by Portuguese Jesuits first in Akbar's time, and then in Jahangir's time. And so your European and Indo encounters are very old. But what's happening? What is being adapted here? The thing that's being adapted here is, of course, so Jahangir has a very famous moment, and we will not go into too much history, but this is really fun. I love this moment in history, where Sir Thomas Roe comes from England. He's the ambassador. He brings like all this stuff. But India is one of the richest countries in the time, and he's not interested in his stuff. So he's like, very politely says, you keep this. But he's interested in the maps. He's interested in the Bible. He's interested in the prints, because print was this new technology that had arrived, had been invented in Europe and Germany and across Europe, and that had not arrived in India. So he didn't want anything but maps and the polyglot Bible. And here you will find that local artists are then responding to this, but they're responding within their own idiom. They're not having to change things. Of course, they are absorbing aspects. And this is where I would like to show us the difference, which is that settlers are not immigrants. Immigrants are beholden to indigenous laws and epistemologies of the lands that they migrate to. Settlers become the law supplanting indigenous laws and epistemologies. Therefore, settler nations are not immigrant nations. That is the rupture that happens in a later moment with the colonial settlements. They are not beholden to the indigenous laws. And that is why you see that there is this impulse to organize one's the reorganization of hierarchies and the imposition of visual technology and the way to see things. Different from the Mughals, who are also invaders, of course, because of course, and there was a cultural commonality that they had with Turkic invaders and invaders from the Western Islamic world. Sir Thomas Roe, the man in question, who is put in second to the artist himself. So on the close-up, the artist, Bichter, is holding, the one who is holding a painting, and right above him, second from the bottom, is Sir Thomas Roe, seated in this allegorical painting on sorry, I forget the word. What is it? Hourglass. Yes, such a good word. Hourglass. You find that this is Jahangir, who is at this point Salim, who is preferring the company of sheikhs to kings, which is a usual, it's a very commonly illustrated trope in miniature paintings. And then there is royalty, and of course you see the putis, you see the cupids, you see these are all things that have been lifted from these print Bibles. And here, of course, you have Thomas Roe's account to Jahangir's tomb that was published, which I find really cool. Now, one very quick thing about this moment of rupture is that before it happens, before the colonial sensibilities and the colonial program, it looks to kind of erase and almost, if I may use the word gaslight, its population, the colonized, into thinking that their modes of seeing are, of course, lesser than, and that they have been marginalized to the realm of craft and the realm of deck art. You have a small moment of magical mimesis, and this shows you the kind of difference in the ways of seeing within the South Asian purview, and then, of course, the European one. Here you have Shujaud-Dowlah, who's the Nawab of Oudh, and this is a painting that has been made by Tilly Kettle, who is a wonderful painter who went across India in search of work and arrived here and painted Shujaud-Dowlah, who did not like this painting at all. He was so politely disgusted that he had it redone, and that on the bottom is Tilly Kettle himself making a painting of the painting that you see here. And this is Shujaud-Dowlah with his 10 sons, and of course you see that it has been framed and worked in a way, in an idiom, in a form that feels exactly, and it feels familiar, and this is how this is the kind of the hierarchy, the ways of seeing that they prefer, and I often show this to my students, and it always blows their mind when I tell them that actually this is a copy or an inspiration from a European painting, again, because the idea of a linear story, one that has this first and this second and this third. Here you see the same portrait of Nawab Shujaud-Dowlah with two pictures with two seated beauties in a jharoka. And this has been attributed to Mir Chand, who was one of the very great ustads of that time. Of course, your token Nabob sitting here. But this is the moment of mimesis, where artists are looking to the other to absorb and to learn. But however, this mimetic tradition is far more within the gharana, within the atelier space than it is, of course, with European artists who have, of course, who have kind of relegated this art form as one that is lesser than. Right, so this is in fact rupture, because mediums change, methods change, patrons change, and the hierarchy of painting and art making, and within the frameworks in which they were choosing what and how to create a work had changed. Artists were first artists who were working in painter and watercolor or gouache were now being pressured, and this happens at a later moment, to choose oil paints and to choose canvas. And this is still an ongoing thing, because paper has had a resurgence. But like, if any of you are graduates of art school, which most of you are actually, this audience at least, I don't know about the online audience, you will know that painting meant canvas, painting meant drawing, painting means, in a traditional painting, means something very deeply European, academic. That's what it is. So with all of this, Contemporary miniature painting artists were trying to reach a post-colonial, a pre-colonial moment in order to situate their own selves and their identities. Here, again, like I said, miniature painting as it exists outside the realm of any European language is a powerful visual because it circumvents an entire ecology around Western frameworks and networks. It is simultaneously an act of resistance and an orientation or a reorientation and relocating into a language that actually may also be opaque and inaccessible to both Western and contemporary audiences. And so rather again, I invoke the Bengal school, where they wanted to be inaccessible in a way. They wanted not to access those points, those very academic points of painting in a Western idiom. Yet, all right, yeah. And here I would like to talk about contemporary artists who are now who are reclaiming, who are agents. But again, when I say this, I don't mean that often this is an agenda, but it is also responding to contemporary discourses and conversations that are being had. So miniature painting in a post-colonial world, what does it mean? And what are they thinking? What are they making? Here, I would like to start off with, I'm going to show us, in the interest of time, just 2 or 3 artists. Again, we go at this all day, tomorrow, day after. Is Hamra Abbas, who is Lahore based. She is a painter who she is primarily known for her sculptural ladder work, but she also has a very rich portfolio of these very beautiful miniature paintings of portraits. And here she has looked at taxonomies, just taxonomize populations from marginalized communities. This work, which is called God Grows on Trees, which was made in 2008, consists of 99 individual portraits of children. And they were painted over the course of a year, informed by her visits to the local madrasas. She was really interested in in that moment in time, the fascination with the Islamophobia and madrasas. And it was almost to her akin to the Orientalist painters' fascination in the 19th century and early 20th centuries with the harems. And I will quote her, "I attempt to thwart these exoticized readings to portray the universality of childhood experience. In painting the portraits, I attempt to reproduce the faces as faithfully as I could, marrying realism with the techniques of miniature. The digital print, which comes later, was added later. There is a photograph. Oh, wait, we don't have that. Sorry. So yes. So this one, sorry, it's at on the bottom of the wall in the gray, where she says that there is a photograph of trees along the road in Lahore, and they are nailed with metal plates that reproduce the 99 names of or attributes of God in Islamic tradition. And in fact, that is what gave the work its title, God Grows on Trees, 99 individual portraits. And here, Hamra Abbas is an artist who is preoccupied with the idea of labor, of class, and of marginalized communities. This is seen again in her work. This is seen again in her work here, which is called Place, Labor, and Capital. She was on a residency in Singapore, where she began to study the traditional Chinese practice of gongbi. And this is a silk painting practice, but it had so many overlaps to her own miniature painting practice that she began to use this. And she, having resided in Little India, was looking at these migrant workers who were there, and that conversation then grew into a project which was called Place, Labor, and Class. Sorry, Place, Labor, and Capital. Sorry. Right. Finally, the last bit about her work, I'm sorry, I'm like hurrying up because I know in the interest of time, we have every color. This is a recent, these are recent works that she's done just 2 years ago. Continuing in her Gongbi tradition, she began to look at she had the transgender community in Lahore. And these are silk Gongbi paintings rendered in a miniature style. And that document that she's been working on for the last 5 years, so 2015 to 2020. And here Abbas captures them doing their everyday performance routines on the streets. Transgender communities have found themselves to be quite literally on the streets as their traditional role. Singers and performers at weddings and other ritual occasions. They have become synonymous with the aesthetics of modern culture. The transgender communities, they here are also, though they are on the streets, they find themselves on the margins of things. And here again, this is a referencing of people who live outside these, outside the margins of our communities, but they exist very much so. And here I would like to show you, this again is a reference to some of the works that she was that were studied and with miniature painting in mind. Here it's a late miniature painting, but this form of just looking at the physiognomical aspects of the face are something that I feel draws a connection to her work, where it is the body is kind of removed, and you just see this like hyper realistic attention to her face. Right, quickly, Khadim Ali was born in 1978 in Quetta, and his family belongs to the Hazara community in Afghanistan. They fled Afghanistan to escape the Taliban. He studied in the 90s in both Tehran, and he earned a BFA from the National College of Arts, where he did study miniature painting. Khadim Ali's work is a really great response to these kind of colonial structures, because he is looking at his own locality, in Afghanistan, as a point of resistance. Here you see 2 images coming from the work These Gods, with the third, and these are inkjet print on hand-mute paper. So they again like absorbing new technologies of making. It's not just like Hamra kind of moves outside the realm of Wasli and she goes into silk, and of course she has worked in multiple other mediums, but again they don't need to be such grand exits or grand departures. Even these small departures are also quite loaded. And here we see references to the Bamayan and to the White Deeve and to the Shahnameh, because the Shahnameh is something that Khadim is very preoccupied with. The Shahnameh is a text that deals with, and it's a pre-Islamic Irani text that deals with 2 fighting countries, Iran and Turan, and was created, was illustrated very widely across Persia and India. Here, what we see is, we see Khadim's interest in the White Deeve as is disruptor. Here, the White Deeve is traditionally shown to be featured in the Shahnameh as the one that Rustam kills in the cave. But here, we feel like the demonic form has taken on almost like a meditative, noble quality. And pictured behind that, of course, Buddhist references to his his ancient, the ancient roots that Afghanistan has in Buddhism. And of course, he references Bamayan quite a bit as well, references to the White Deeve. Finally, when we talk about his latest work, we look at the work that he has done. This was, interestingly, for another Biennale, but he's worked with Milani Gallery and with the institutions both here in Pakistan and in Australia. And here he is looking at borders. So this work is called Invisible Borders, and they are massive tapestries that have been hand embroidered embroidered by families in Afghanistan. And in his own words, he said, "I become other. I become one of the wearied, dusty faces from across the border. And although there was no boundary between us, we are all citizens of one country. Suddenly, an invisible border of horror was drawn around me, and it made it impossible to get out." Referencing, of course, both contemporary popular resistance images and of traditional miniature iconography of the Ramayana and of the Shahnameh, Khadim Ali then has created in multiple forms and scales. He has kind of responded to questions about locality, of identity, referencing miniature. And here you see, this is Miskin's work, and he calls it that. As well, this work is called Sermon on a Mount, which is what Miskin's work is also called. And as you can see here, instead of the animals that one would find in South Asia, he is referencing animals that he would find in his new home of Australia. But the kind of stylistic references are there for us to see. And again, it is reaching across a pre-colonial moment to this place to find a sense of indisputable authenticity, that this is my belonging, this is my space. Finally, Mahi Niazi, she's a young artist who works with miniature. She is, sorry, I should just, based in Lahore and specializes in miniature painting. Her work is primarily explores the intersection of religion and culture and highlights the point of fusion where they merge. She uses baseless structures that seem to be suspended with no foundation, right? Indicative of how literally and figuratively baseless logic around static ideas of religion and culture are. It also serves as a visual analogy depicting how hollow we can be from within with no rational ground or footing. These compositions are closely woven to portray a complexity in society and fragility of these structures that presents the delicacy of ephemeral quality of belief systems. So these are all miniature works, and for me they were really eerie and reminded me of the early digital moment. Does everyone remember MS-DOS and like this green on this black? And of course, clearly I'm from a different generation, because she's like, what? But I was like, no, this is referencing that for me. But again, this kind of eerie suspension of form and these tightly compacted structures show us her kind of discussing the idea of, again, of pushing back at the idea of a singular Islamic belief system, etc. I'd like to close here very briefly and just say that in kind of mapping a constellation, I know it was perhaps for you, we're used to kind of like this one grand story, and it comforts us as well. But these are ongoing stories. These questions are open. I would love for you to think about them. That what exactly the landscape that is unfolding, and artists are constantly responding to their environment and also to their earlier selves, I find, which is very exciting. And just finally, that it looks at how one can self. Wow, it's like I've been cut off. It's fine. No, I haven't. All right. The gaze of the self, brown eye seeing brown and making brown work. And of course, by brown here, I'm being a little facetious, but like when I say brown, I mean, of course, to include everyone who is a person of color, to include the idea of like a spectrum of gazes, a spectrum of stories, rather than a singular one. Thank you. I shouldn't do that.
Thank you, Maliha. I'm not using a mic because but we have some time for questions. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and I will call them.
Yes.
You didn't mention the Pahari school at all, Pahari style.
If I could only mention all the schools, but
The reason I ask is that it seems to me the British never really reached the Pahari state. So was this style, did it remain indigenous in your view, or this was also influenced by the colonial experience?
great question. The Pahari school is under the British colonial rule. Pahari, luckily, the Pahari artists have patrons that exist in their area, primarily Himachal Pradesh, and so they're not forced, unlike their colleagues or their other gharanas and ateliers down south in Delhi, Lucknow. They're forced to kind of flee because invasions, and also because of the lack of money. They have to go and find work. Pahari it doesn't have, to my knowledge, that kind of disruption. The patronage stays. A lot of these stories are stories of economies, which is something else. It's another paper for another time, but it is stories of economies. And Pahari painters have a very robust local patronage system that supports them, that doesn't require them to move down or anywhere else, unlike people in the northern to the southern parts of India. I hope that answers your question. All right, thank you very much. Oh, there is one question, sorry. I'm sorry. I can.
When I listened to your presentation about miniature especially, like what do you think the relationship between, when we think about decolonization and art, do you think that the way we see South Asia's art practices also flattens what South Asian is? Because I'm also wondering the practice that we're using, or the practices that we use, how does that connect to different ethnicities in Pakistan and their practices? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
That is a good question.
Just as well, the question of ethnicity.
I think it's always embedded and encoded in the work, like in
Khadim's work, you see it, it's encoded. Maheen comes from southern Punjab, and there was a lot of Islamization that happened then. I think the idea is like, how much of it can we read in the work? Because I do think it goes into the work, whether it is identifiable or not. But it is a good question to consider. I'm trying to think about it actually. Do we flatten? I would like to say we don't, but I'm not saying that for everything. Like even these artists that I've referenced, they're not the canon in any way. These are a selection of artists. There are many, many, many artists who work with miniature, who are doing all kinds of wonderful things. So here, in the interest of time and the scope of the talk, we're only looking at these three, but they're actually literally dozens and dozens. And I would invite you to look at them. Perhaps, that would be something I would like to think about as well. So sorry, I don't think I can answer your question with certainty, because I'm going to have to think about it too. Yes. Yes. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you all. So अब आप मेरा mic on कर दें. Thank you, Maliha. That was fascinating. And this might be a little off topic, but I couldn't help noticing the florals on the margins of the Bichtir painting where he's drawing Jahangir on an hourglass. Because margins itself, they within the Persian miniature tradition, they come from, they have a whole history to themselves and how they sort of expand on illuminated papers and sprinkles and all. So that was pretty cool, fascinating, yes. Okay, we are now going to be listening to our second speaker for today's seminar, Mr. Salman Asif. Salman is an author, art historian, a cultural critic, and a development and human rights specialist. He has also served as an advisor on gender and human rights equality to the UN. He writes extensively in Hindi, English, and in Urdu on literature, on art, and on South Asian cinema. His paper today will discuss the fragment of colonial memory, sectarian tensions, and politics of language in the 5-decade art practice of contemporary Pakistani artist Meher Afroz. So please, let's welcome Salman. Oh, he's coming in? Okay.
Sorry, I'm in the process of being wired. Should I go?
Yes.
Karachi Biennale team, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Meher Afroz Sahiba, Adab, and good morning to all of you. I'm very honored to be here today at this August gathering, and I thoroughly enjoyed the rich and enriching presentation by Malia Nurani Sahiba. It has led to further reflections, and I'm sure, as Ali Sardar Jafri said, Silsila khatna ho baat se baat chale, and I know that there would be many more discourses that would follow the submissions of the day today and further days. Ladies and gentlemen, I also have to make another submission with much deference. I'm right now dealing with the aftermath of a very chesty, nasty cough. I'm recovered, but every now and then I feel that my throat is getting hoarse, so I hope that you'll bear with it. Sometime back, a very dear friend of mine, who is a thinker, a literary figure, and an educationist, she was invited to give a talk at an event. And at that event, she surprised a few of the audiences, bemused many, and horrified a few. When she declared, she said that I'm going to speak in Urdu. The proceedings of the day were not in Urdu. And when she said that, she also said that she felt that to give an address in Urdu at that event was an act of cultural resistance, an act of decolonization. I will take this metaphor a little further, if I may. I would say that perhaps salvaging, reclaiming, and rescuing cultural heritage from systemic erasure, from willful forgetfulness, from appropriation, and the kind of appropriation that hollows artistic and cultural pieces from within, from the meaningfulness, from wisdom, from their inherent reverence, from sanctity, and often transform them into cheap and readily available pieces of either entertainment or merchandise or both. Perhaps that too is an act of resistance and decolonization. Ladies and gentlemen, one feels that that's where you find the poet, you find the writer, the sculptor, the painter, photographer, filmmaker, creative, a person who is engaged with the creative arts and cultural heritage. That is the frontier where you do not find the assault being faced and borne the brunt of, encountered, negotiated, navigated through by a common person, but you would find an artist standing there. That is where the artist becomes, if you like, the cultural civilizer, as a border crosser, as a representator. And that is the domain, ladies and gentlemen, where the voice of resistance, where the question of post-colonialism arises, a term that we need to investigate. You might agree with me, because the term has an assumption, and that assumption needs to be looked at very, very carefully. The assumption often misleads one to believe that post-colonialism might mean that there is no more any colonialism, or we got ourselves rid of colonialism. The reality, as we all agree, is that there are new forms of dominance, there's new form of subordination, there are new forms of exploitation, there are new forms of subjugation, leading to new forms of dispossession, new forms of disadvantage, new forms of disenfranchisement, of marginalization, of exclusion, of inequality. So that needs to be perhaps borne in mind, that post-colonial voices really do not mean that the colonialism is over. Maybe it's a matter of just the timeline. Also, given the fact that the post-colonial studies themselves were introduced no earlier than 40 years, 45, 50 years ago. So in that sense, I guess it's the writer, it's the poet, it's the artist who really is at the forefront of the cultural resistance. And there's a reason for that. There is no discipline that nurtures and sparks the cognitive ability to imagine and unleashes creativity, innovation more than arts and culture. There is no approach that breaks barriers, that blurs the binaries more than arts and culture. There is no other investment that engages our shared values more than arts and culture, and that makes us connect to each other, moves us to action, strengthens our ability to make collective choices more than arts and culture. Science and technology, for sure, can sketch the nature of the problem. Technology can facilitate solutions. Economics can point out the costs and benefits. The art and literature, the cultural endeavor, the artistic effort, on the other hand, it engages with something as precious, something as primordial and mystical as soul. It seems that all of our discourse on cultural resistance, on decolonization, is really beset against the backdrop of the major shifts that are happening in many spheres of life today. The world is changing faster than ever, and the systems by which our civilization operates on the planet are facing the inevitability of transformation. And that is inevitable because this is what matters if we are to survive as a species. Equally, ladies and gentlemen, historically and politically, over the decades, political controllers saw that by preventing freedom of expression, artistic and cultural expression of freedom and freedom of expression, be able to prevent people from exercising other forms of freedoms as well. For example, from uniting, for example, from connecting with each other, for example, organizing around value systems that would undermine the interests of the controllers and the power brokers. Artists such as Myra Froese, ladies and gentlemen, contribute to a very unique form of social change by telling alternative stories and helping people discover, create, and make available to each other alternative narratives and discourses. This also works as an amplifier. And it's an important amplifier. It's an amplifier for the voices that have been silenced. It's an amplifier for the voices and the words that have been willfully forgotten and erased. It brings to the surface the key messages that were sent but never received. Art emerging, and Afroz's own art emerging from this nexus, and within this context, has the power of shifting cultures, igniting collective creativity, and realizing the kind of transformational attitude that we need now more than ever before. Can I just show the first slide? One after this. So in 1569, the Flemish geographer and cartographer Mercator, he published his historic world map projection. It was a representation of the world reducing the clumpy globe or the clumpy sphere into a plane, completely dissected and inflated. Instead of depicting geography from one viewpoint, what he was trying to do was to depict the subject from a multitude of viewpoints and represent the subject in multitude of contexts. Looking at his map, which has then later adopted by airlines in the 20th century, and even the world map that's shown by the various United Nations agencies, really follows the same principle that Mercator introduced in 1569. One begins to feel, well, that's exactly what Cubists were trying to find. This was their pursuit too. They wanted to look at the subject from the multitude of perspectives, from the multitude of angles, and they wanted to sort of take away the three-dimensionality and give it a series of visual examinations. So could we say that Mercator might be the first Cubist? I ask this question because the mission of portraying cultural heritage of South Asia, or this part of the world largely, is complex. It is almost like playing a three-dimensional chess. You find art, music, poetry, parable, myth, history, spiritual dimensions, the sublime, the profane, the sanctimonious, the sacrilegious, all percolated into a simmering fusion. The artist becomes the storyteller. And the storyteller must organize and live each one of these tales and must infuse each one of these dimensions with her or his own lifeline to tell the tale. And this reminds me of Ibn Arabi's words. He said that when I have the kalamas or the qalam or the reed pen or the brush in my hand, and I'm drawing on a piece of paper or writing or doing my calligraphy, my reed pen is led by my hand, and my hand is informed by the thought in my head. But he said that there's another process also taking place simultaneously, and that process is that I, Ibn Arabi, also am a calamus. I become. That's all right. That's okay. No, I'd continue. Sorry, they're looking at the images, but they're not important. I'm having conversation with you. We can run the images when they're ready. That's not a problem. So Ibn Arabi said that I myself feel transformed into a calamus or a brush in the hands of a certain divine, all-encompassing power. Ladies and gentlemen, the storyteller encompasses, enshrines, imbues the stories and the contexts, the discourses that come from the multitude of perspectives. This also necessitates a perpetual unraveling, unscrambling, a kind of aesthetic untying of innumerate, accumulated historical knots. And then the storyteller must embark upon suffusing them with a certain urgency that disturbs and mutates, reincarnates and recreates the order. And this is where Meher Afroz's work, I find, located. Her artistic legacy is nothing if not a riot of disparate traditions being engaged in a breathlessly cerebral banquet of irreverently eclectic rearrangement of layered, complex human longing for applying certain filters to understand its own state, which is at once ephemeral, transient, and hysterically intoned. The storyteller must play us a hitherto unheard symphony that must impossibly play the notes that have haunted us all our lives, pervaded upon all our narratives, seeped into our shared Rubicon visions, and infected our treasured sleep with disturbing nightmares that just wouldn't ward off. And with what creative autonomy Meher Afroz's art invokes that primordial song, which stealthily resonated upon our souls since the times immemorial, and rejuvenates it with an orchestra bustling with all that matters, all that has mattered all along for art, life, and longing in a deep understanding of both. Ladies and gentlemen, Meher Afroz's chronicle of crossover from Awadh, the land of Awadh, or Lucknow to Karachi also reads like a scintillating section from Qurratul Ain Haidar's magnum opus novella, society, a housing society or housing association. I'm sure that some of our friends who are interested in Urdu literature would be familiar with it. The Indian subcontinent, stressed with destiny, in mid-August 1947 ended up with millions of midnight's children savagely uprooted from and consigned to new illusory homelands. Overnight, what was once the homeland morphed into the hostile other, while what bordered earlier on the unknown suddenly had to be understood as home. Its otherness beckoning the homeless. It is against this historical residue of supremely stormy scrabble and torrential socio-political tumult that we find the solitary image of a young art graduate from Lucknow emerging from the settling dust storms. With families strewn across the lines of division between the two unfriendly Siamese twins, India and Pakistan, events would ski Meher Afroz's private displacement. She arrived in Karachi in 1971 from Lucknow for good, holding little else save an honors degree in fine arts from the Government College of Arts and Crafts, Lucknow, and a portfolio of lingering memories etched upon her entire self and trajectory. These memories were to find expression in her work later as a most striking probing into the fault lines and fissures of contemporary denotation of identity, displacement, art, cultural relativism, cultural heritage and history. It is with this artistic arsenal that she would play with contradictions, expose the process of myth and meaning making, identity formation, willful acts of cultural forgetfulness, the consequences of migration and displacement. It is through this capital of loss and hurt that her works would evoke ambiguity of meaning while resonating with emotional power with such creative force that they would at once become intellectual feats and visceral emotional statements. While this historical fracture meant uprooting in many dimensions, for example, at once physical, emotional, spiritual, political, Mary Frose's art maintains an inarguable resistance to simplistic post-colonial interpretations of displacement. In my conversation with her, I remember she said, Salman, I am a legatee of 2 or more historic thresholds, yet I consider myself not a divided soul. I feel like an extended soul. My works are drenched in currents of River Gomti, coiled like a serpent around my city of Lucknow. My colors are hued in the festivals of the Dasara and Holi. I'm resigned to the wisdom of Buddham Saranam Gacham. I take refuge in my dharma, the Buddhist chanting. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also critical to pause here and take stock of Mary Frose's testimony at this juncture. It is through this lens or this spectrum that one may study Meher's own transformation. How is it that an artist's figure becomes one flesh with multitude amongst the ebb and flow of movement in the middle of the fugitive and the infinite? Such an artist could only be explained, described, or understood as Voltaire would say, a kaleidoscope gifted with extraordinary consciousness. Mary Frose's repertoire ranging from the series on portraits, masks, puppets, amulets, mehvar, the axis, niche, hisar, which means protection point or refuge, to zinda, the prison, betray an invincible desire to mitigate inconvenient truths. Here, elements belonging to a vast visual and philosophical cultural heritage are transferred from a traditional universe in which they were strictly codified and frozen in time, fixed to one, and they are now transformed to a world where they're set in motion, they're unleashed from the guarded confines, liberated and from the ensnared spaces that they lived in for times immemorial, celebrated amidst a banquet of freedom, empowered and stilled with agency and voice. She takes primordial symbols and motifs and sets them into a new motion, imbuing them with new meaningfulness. It is this displacement of cultural material from one location and from one context to the other that simultaneously breaks and invents a contemporary cultural canon. For Mary Frose, her given world may well be an ordained system, but she is adept in claiming spaces from the whirlwinds. She leverages with aplomb upon her acute artistic cognizance of her turbulent cultural inheritance. It is this splendidly solemn knowledge that informs the art, saturates her work with peerless courage to appreciate its peace, its beauty, the grotesqueness around, and peeks into many an abyss, peeks into all forms of darknesses, never fearing whether the darkness or the abyss is going to peek back. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll conclude or come to the conclusion by saying that in order to articulate, identify, and scope watermarks of bygone epochs, Meher must work as an archaeologist too. She tends to set up an image, desecrate it repeatedly, imprinting a whole new meaning or image upon its ruin to ultimately dismantle it too, and then drawing or pasting another image upon remains of the worked surface. This ceaseless process of change and perpetual becoming is anchored in Meher's deep dialogue with time and continuity. There isn't a work of hers that does not reverberates with an intuition of the changing moment of human perception. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps Meher Afroz's work is a project in the making, and it remains a project in the making. The project may or may never complete its full circle, but it is heroic right from the inception and at every stage of its execution, for it has ignited sufficient sparks to brighten the path for further journeys. And in making of the new or making of the given, she continues to create some of the most significant art of our times. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a point. Can we just go through the pictures one after the other? I would like to stop at a couple of pictures and conclude. This image I presented just, I think it's the third slide, am I right? And the slide before then is the slide with Mercator. Can we see that slide? So here is the 1569 published map by Mercator. And if we look at how, next slide, please. How Meher unpacks and unscrambles the world and creates a map of her journey and the trajectory, I think that begins to show many interesting features. Can we go further? I wouldn't speak on this. I think we just need to take stock of it for the moment, and I'll stop at another image. Next one, please. क्या सुनाऊं सरगुज़िश्त ज़िंदगी एक सराय में था मैं ठहरा हुआ. Can we move forward? Salam akhir. Next one, please. I think there's one which is missing, and that's a calligraphy that says may. You know, there are various perspectives from which one can approach that work. One perspective, given Meher's work and her passion and her pursuit for inclusivity, reminding one of Mira's Doha, Prem gali ti sankadi isme do na samahe, main rahu to Prabhu nahi, Prabhu rahe to main nahi. The alley of love is so narrow that if I exist or if I step into this alley as myself, then there's only room for me. And if my beloved walks in as himself or herself, then there's only room for him or her. We can only coexist in this narrow alley as together, something that Khusro also said and seeps throughout Meher's work. Mantu shudi tu manshudi takasna goed har kisi man digaram tu digari. So from that kind of hamius, from that kind of integration, and from that kind of all-inclusiveness, you suddenly look at one of her works that says, may, I, and I. To me, ladies and gentlemen, this is reminiscent of Mansour's An al-Haq. It's a celebration of the voice of the individual. Her sense of inclusivity is not negation of individualism or negation of infaradiyat, as we say in Urdu, but it is a hand holding. I remember when we were having conversations, at one point we discussed what does it mean to be incomplete. हर इंसान अधूरा है, लेकिन जब किसी दूसरे इंसान का सहारा बनता है तो मुकम्मल हो जाता है. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout Meher Afroz's work, I find this consistent tension and this consistent pursuit of creating forms of bridges, whether these bridges are with the cultural heritage, with language, with literature, with philosophy, with sense of humor. This also is an attempt, ladies and gentlemen, for decolonization of our day-to-day priorities. We find ourselves today in an environment where we have become cultural, many of us have become cultural strutters. We do not speak the language, we do not understand the history, we do not understand the nuance. It is as if being locked out of your home and you don't have the key, and there is a big banquet going on in your house, and you end up being cultural strutters. I think what Meher Afroz's endeavor continues to be is to find the key. And if she can't find one, she must make one. The key that takes us back to our home from homelessness, takes us back to where we belong. And where we belong is not a limited space. It's a space which is all inviting. It's a space that acknowledges and understands the diversity and multitude. In Dara Shiko's words, Dar did nehatu bude man ghafil. Oh, my beloved, you live behind the iris of my eyes, and what a fool I was. I kept looking for you everywhere. Dar sine ayatu bude man ghafil. My beloved, you continue to beat in every heart throb of mine, and what a fool I was that I kept trying to listen to your evasive footsteps. As jumle jahan ra nishane tu ra mi jastam, khud jumle jahan tu bude man ghafil. I kept asking everybody about your signs, about your footprints, about your fingerprints, about your track, and what a fool I was, for I never knew that this entire universe, this entire world, and everyone within this world is nothing but your fingerprint. Meher Afroz brings us back to recognizing these fingerprints, salvaging and rescuing them from erasure, from forgetfulness, from appropriateness. Thank you.
We have time to take a couple of questions. Thank you, Salman. Please raise your hand if you have questions.
Salman, thank you for this wonderful presentation. I just wanted to ask you that, artists come from different places, and yet in Meher's work, Lucknow stays and it continues to grow. Is there a particular time in history where maybe the people in Lucknow decided that culture would be their form of resistance? Because in Lucknow, culture is paramount, like everything is built around, Lucknowiyat.
So it's a very interesting question that you ask. When the state of Awadh was completely besieged by the British colonial masters, around that time, and these were the last days of Nawab Wajid Ali Shah before he was exiled from Awadh to Bengal. In the last days, there was a banquet or something, and there were the British guests, And there was aristocracy, nobility from across the United India, from other princely states also. And a conversation started where the grandeur of the British court was being discussed. The grandeur of the British emperor was being discussed. The grandeur of the British Queen was being discussed. And everybody listened. And then they looked at Nawab Wajid Ali Shah, who was the host of that banquet. Nawab Sahib said, well, it is so wonderful to know about this grandeur. But I have a question. Does the Queen sing? And they said, well, yes. She was taught to sing. They said, where does she sing? Said, oh, she sings in the privacy of her own court. And then he said, does the Queen dance? And they said, of course the Queen dances. She was taught to dance. Where does she dance? Well, she dances at the royal occasions. Does the Queen do any poetry? They said, no, but she loves poetry. Wajid Ali Shah said, well, we all have the happy occasion of being in this humble little part of the world where king dances in the streets, where king sings with his people, and king's poetry is recited by children, women, and men. When the king dances, he doesn't dance alone or in the royal courtyard. He does that at Holi, at Dasera. The art and literature became a tool, a poignant tool, and a constantly evolving tool of resistance, but not only resistance, of documentation also, because there was no other form of documentation. Books were being confiscated. I mean, it's interesting that 1857 is the least investigated event. Until 1950s, you wouldn't find a book at SOAS or the British Museum library that would be of that time. Newspapers were stopped. The only form that was left was either poetry, literature, or art. These were the only forms. So in the aftermath of it, the company art and its rather ironic take on company, the Swadeshi art and its rebelliousness from the given tools and the given perspectives, the given techniques of art, they were all forms of resistance. But it is also interesting to note that in 1904 and 1905, Russia, another great colonial power, lost war against Japan. And this was the first international big war that was ever lost by a European imperial colonial power in the hands of an Asian nation and country. In the aftermath of that, many Japanese, and that was celebrated in Bengal. That was celebrated in Bengal, that was celebrated in throughout Uttar Pradesh. It was celebrated in Maharashtra, Saurashtra, Bhopal. It was celebrated in Awadh. And that led to also looking at art and literature from new perspective, given many Japanese artists also arrived in India at that time. And you showed Malia picture a slide of Abhinandranath Tagore's. Abhinandranath Tagore was one of those earlier artists who emulated the Japanese woodcuts and used in Swadeshi art in the line figurines that they were making. Whereas if Abdurrahman Chugtai was trying to subvert Beardsley. So going back to your question, I'm sorry, the answer became a little long-winded, that Awadh became a seat of resistance through art and literature. Mir ka kalam ho, या मसफ़ी का कलाम हो, और ये रवायत नई नहीं है. ये प्रथा और ये परंपरा जो है, ये मीर अनीस और मीर दबीर की दी हुई है. जहाँ पे हक़ व बातिल की सफ़ाराई, जहाँ पे हक़ व बातिल की महाज़ाराई जो है वो मरसिए और नोही की शक्ल में आपके सामने आई. और ये एक बहुत बड़ी प्रथा थी, ये एक बहुत बड़ी रवायत थी. और इस रवायत से जुड़ा हुआ सलाम आखिर आपने देखा, मेहर का काम कहीं उस रवायत से भी जुड़ा हुआ है. ये रवायत इनकार की रवायत है, मुज़ाहमत की रवायत है. ये रवायत एक सियासी शऊर की रवायत है. ये रवायत एक जमालियाती शऊर की रवायत भी है. और कभी कहा जाता है कि हमारे यहाँ किस किस्म का बहरान है या कौन सा क्राइसिस है जिसे हम गुजर रहे हैं. बाज़ औक़ात हम भूल जाते हैं कि एक बहुत बड़ा क्राइसिस जमालियाती क्राइसिस भी है. There is an aesthetic crisis. और उसका जिक्र बार बार महरफ़रोज़ करती हैं और अपने कलाम में वो लेकर आती हैं. असीर इनकी एक सीरीज़ है और असीर के दो माने बनते हैं. There is a paraphrase. असीर मनफी मानों में भी आता है और मस्बत मानों में भी आता है. तुमने अपना बना के छोड़ दिया, तुमने अपना बना के छोड़ दिया, क्या असीरी है, क्या रिहाई है. And then she alludes to other metaphors that come from the tradition of Marsiya, from the tradition of Noha, from the tradition of Suz-Khani. And all of that tradition, also, there was a tradition of resistance. There was a discourse and narrative of resistance by way of Waqia Karbala, an intergenerational transference of it from one generation to the other, and an annual reminder of it, an annual enactment of it through composite art that had sculpture, that had theatrical performance, that had singing, that had poetry, and that had painting with it, that had textile weaving, and that had myth making with it. A composite form of art was already there. And this is what they all drew from. So the lines that you begin to see from Awadh, the lines of resistance, these are the lines along creative and artistic endeavor. When Majroo says, "Alag baithe the, phir bhi aankh saaqi ki padi hum par. Agar ho tishnagi kamil, to paimane bhi aayenge." पैमाने तभी आएंगे अगर तशनगी कामिल होगी. देख जिंदा से परे आपने जिंदा पे एक पूरी सीरीज बनाई. देख जिंदा से परे रंग चमन जोश बहार. रक्स करना है तो फिर पाँव की जंजीर न देख.
I'm wondering if you would like to talk a little bit about this relationship between text and these images in there as well. Because to me, there's not as much of a tension, but more like a very poised blend between the two. I don't think the work will be complete one without the other.
Yeah. So in contemporary discussions, we talk about relationship between the text and the image. In the traditional arts, no such binary exists. Text is a picture. Calligraphy is an image. Calligraphy adopts the form of flowers, of trees, of animal forms, living beings, or geometry. There is no binary between the image and the written word. That binary is constantly being blurred by some of the contemporary artists who are reclaiming this concept that the written word and the drawn image are the two sides of the same coin. But in Meher Afroz's work, the relationship is not only one, or the attempt is not only one of blurring the binary, but it is one of creating layers. It is almost like a talisman. You look at beautiful calligraphy, and it is good to look at, you enjoy, even though you may not understand the language, even though you may not be able to read Arabic, Persian, or Turkic, or any other language in which that calligraphy has been made. But if you're able to read it, you get a second layer of information. But if you are able to even go deeper and understand it, you engage with another level and another layer of cognizance. It is like talisman. It is like an amulet that you wear around your neck. It's a beautiful art piece, but let's open it. Oh, there may be a little dua in it. Maybe I can read that dua, but would I be able to understand what that dua means? Maybe there's some numerical, pictures there or images there. I might be able to recognize them, but do I understand them? I think this is how Meher Afroz's work reclaims and brings back the question of image and calligraphy, the question of script and image. In traditional arts, the two exist together. It is often very difficult to say, well, is this an image or only calligraphy? Because calligraphy can be image.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is my.
Now I would like to invite our moderator, Nadine.
Thank you, Maya. I think my mic is this on? Yes? No? I can go without the mic as well. So yeah, so I think every time, and most of us should agree with this, every time I learn something about, or I look at Meher's work, or at either traditional miniatures or contemporary miniatures, it's such a vast world that I learn something new every time. So thank you, Maliha and Salman. And I think I'd like to, the most pertinent thing for us at this point is what Salman mentioned earlier in his talk, that while we are still in a post-colonial, we are in a post-colonial world, but colonial legacies and these remnants stay with us. And we can observe this in our daily practices, our languages, simply our norms. So just some very creative ways how our artists are learning about all of this and dismantling it as we go by. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was my submission. But my submission was that there is nothing such as post-colonial in reality. There are timelines, but in reality, in political, geographical, historical reality, there are new forms of colonialism, there are new forms of dominance, there are new forms of subordination. And if we agree that there was a point in time in history that could be referred to as a post-colonial era, that post-colonial era was not inert. It did not just vanish within that timeline. It continued to perpetuate changes which are still happening. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Over to you, Maya, again. Yeah.
No. Oh, it is. Okay. So I got my mic back. Great. Thank you everyone for being here and your patience with all our tech issues, technology. but we have some refreshments on the 11th floor. So you can just use the elevators, and we will resume with our second session, which has 4 speakers at 2 p.m. So thank you. Yeah.
Where is Zoom? Zoom कहाँ गया? Hi Natsumi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, fine. Do you hear me?
Yeah, so you can
Mhm.
see some red chairs on your screen.
Yes, yes, I can.
So you will see those chairs once I go live. I'll send a message to you on chat, and once I say go, then you can start talking.
Okay, okay. So, just an hour later,
Yeah,
yeah, just before 2 Karachi time.
yeah, 2 p.m. your time, 2:15, I guess.
Okay, okay.
Cool.
Alright.
You can rejoin whenever you like, and we'll let you in.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So see you soon. Thank you.
See you
Bye.
soon. Bye-bye.
That account is like, that's connected to my phone all the time.
Yeah. Hi, non-video participants. सही है? Hi.
Like replay monster.
Okay. Full screen कहाँ से? अच्छा ये. Are we cool? ठीक है. You need to switch off the video. Zoom पे तो है ना?
Hi. Thank you, Nilofer Farooq and Karachi Biennale for hosting me. It's an honor to be a part of this and to be able to share some of my work. The structure for the talk is I'm going to start with sharing 3 projects that I've been a part of. And then I'm going to follow that up with some student work and leave it open for you to discuss later on. So let me share my screen. So you must actually be a little tired from listening to everything this morning. So maybe what we can start with is doing a little exercise. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Now open your eyes and greet the person sitting next to you on either side and take in the number of people who are in this room with you. You are in a commons. It's a privilege. Here in front of you is another commons that I have had the privilege to be a part of. And I have a story from 2014 when I was working here with one of the beach photographers. His name was Bashir. He said, Baji, ये यहाँ एक दीवार बन रही है जो आप जंगी मंकी देख रही हैं उससे बहुत आगे से शुरू होगी और दीवार जो है बिल्कुल के साथ साथ चलेगी और किमाड़ी तक जाएगी और समंदर को बंद कर देगी. He said that there was going to be the construction of a wall that's going to basically close off the sea. My individual work in teaching has been intertwined with the collaborative practice that I've done in Karachi for the last 10 years. And some of the central interests that arise for me in these 10 years are an interest in the commons and architectures of aspiration that infringe upon these commons. To cite the stakes of my own class and their complicity in the loss of the commons, I'm going to actually show you a bit from my individual body of work first, a project called Rooms Are Never Finished, and then move on to focus on collaborative projects. I started this project studying the Rakshan Township, which is a settlement I grew up in. It's a robust middle-class settlement. There were 200 houses, white modernist cubes that were built right around that yellow dot on the right. And I look at how my own neighborhood was complicit in stealing land from the sea. And I look at the aspirations of my neighbors and expanding their homes as much as possible, buying up more and more land and eclipsing the commons onto which this housing Hi. Thank you, Nilofer Farooq and Karachi Biennale for hosting me. It's an honor to be a part of this and to be able to share some of my work. The structure for the talk is
What? Excuse me.
Hello. Thank you. Oh, no. Hello. Sad. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back to the seminar, our second session. As you can see, we've kind of upgraded with the technology a little bit. I'd like to start us off by inviting Danielle Perrier, Chairperson of the Fellowship Fund Committee from Aica International, to say a few words. She'll be joining us on screen. Shortly.
Hello everyone. I have to activate my my sound and my view. I think, do you see me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Yes, I did. Mhm. 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 Do you hear me?
Yes, Danielle, we hear you.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you so much. It was a little bit difficult to get in, and welcome also from my part. Do you hear me? Here I have very special sounds and I'm not sure that you hear me. Hello, Nilofu, can you please tell me if it's okay or not?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, so welcome from something is not functioning because I hear just my voice very as an echo all the time, and I wonder what I want to do. But perhaps I say something that knows that you hear me better than I have the feeling to do. I'm very happy that we can make this joint event, and thank very much Neela for all her doing and activating this seminar and webinar, and I am very happy that our fellowship funds committee could be of some help in this respect. We are a committee for uniting people and trying to make links and better understanding within very different cultures. And so this seminar is part of Ruptured History. It's the second edition, and it's a especially long one. And I'm very happy that we could do this and integrate our international Aica International program with your Karachi Biennale event. And we will have some partners we could also invite through Aica International. This is especially Natsumi from Japan, and it will be Kader Atia tomorrow. And I would not like to take too much time for presentations, and I will give the word back to Neela for, and I'm happy to be with you. You know, I tried to start this morning, but it was definitely too early. I just passed the time to get in. So have a nice time and good chats, and I will accompany you silently from my part.
Thank you all for your patience with, using Zoom. I think I've sat through enough Zoom seminars to kind of know that things don't run as smoothly as often as they should. But now next I want to invite Almas Bana to the stage to make a small presentation of some mementos to our speaker, who is here in person, Zara Malkani, and moderator Nusrat Khwaja. Okay, thank you. Now Yamina Chaudhary from the US, who is going to be, she sent a video, so we're going to watch her pre-recorded talk. And we have the Karachi Jamia Collective, consisting of Shahana Rajani and Zara Malkani. I'd now like to introduce Nusrat Khwaja, who will be moderating the session. Nusrat Khwaja is a Karachi-based independent researcher, writer, and art critic whose interests include art and literature, botany, and horticulture. She writes on art and literature for various local and international publications. She lectures on art history with bespoke presentations. She is an active participant in cultural events in the city. Nusrat has been a member of the Karachi Biennale's discursive committee since its inception. Nusrat curated a group show called Lines of Inquiry for Chowkhandi Gallery as a commemoration of 75 years of Pakistan in August 2022. She has a bachelor's degree from Mount Holyoke College in cultural anthropology. Nusrat, could you join us on stage to introduce the speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. So we are going to be listening to Natsumi Araki, and she's going to introduce us to some artists who are doing very interesting things with history through their art. Natsumi Araki is a curator and associate professor at the Tokyo University of the Arts. She holds a master's degree in museum studies from the University of Leicester. Working as a curator since 1994, she has organized a number of exhibitions and educational art programs for the Mitaka City Arts Foundation and Mori Art Museum. Araki served as co-curator of the CityNet Asia 2009 Biennale at Seoul Museum of Art. So let's hear what Natsumi has to share with us. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your introduction. Thank you very much for having me in this program today. I'm very much honored to be able to have this precious opportunity. I'm Natsumi Araki, an independent curator and associate professor at the Tokyo University of the Arts. Today, revisiting history to view it from diverse perspectives is more important than ever before. Many and more artists have an intense awareness of this and tackle the entangled issues of the past. Can I share my presentation sheet? Can you allow me to share my presentation sheet for the Zoom? Okay, hang on a moment. Okay, can you see my presentation sheet now? Okay, for my speech today, I would like to explore how artists cope with the history of colonialism and imperialism, while there are countries that have a history of being colonized, and there are countries that were colonizers in the past. Japan experienced being the colonizer in Asia before and during World War II, which resulted in casting a dark shadow for a long time until today concerning the relationship with other Asian countries. Treating the issues of the time of colonialism and war in art is always difficult and challenging. However, in recent years, I have observed quite a few artists in Asia look back on the time of Japanese colonialism from unique perspectives in their work. I would like to see how they approach the history they didn't experience by introducing some examples. Before that, I would like to show my recent experience visiting two major international art festivals, Documenta in Kassel, Germany, and Venice Biennale, because both festivals, which were vividly different from each other, inspired me to think about history and colonialism. After the worldwide experience of the pandemic for more than 2 years, which made people difficult to travel and view exhibitions outside of their countries, it was an immense joy for me to visit Kassel and Venice this summer. Documenta 15 was directed by an Indonesian artist collective, Ruang Rupa. Lumbung was the keyword for the festival, as Ruang Rupa states. Ruang Rupa based Documenta 15 on the values and ideas of Lumbung, which directly translates to rice palm, describes a jointly used building in rural Indonesia in which the harvest of a community is collected as a common resource for the future, stored and distributed according to jointly determined criteria. As a concrete practice, Lumbung is the starting point of Documenta 15. Principles of collectivity, resource building, and fair distribution are at the heart of the curatorial work and shape the entire process. The structure, the self-image, and the appearance of Documenta 15. The collective's way of working is based on an alternative, community-oriented model of sustainability in ecological, social, and economic terms, in which resources, ideas, or knowledge are shared, as well as on social participation. The idea of sustainability is also comprehensively taken into account in all its forms when planning the exhibition. Ruang Rupa's declaration here resonates with the recent global raising awareness of issues such as sustainable ecosystem and shared economy. People are seeking new ways of tackling urgent problems such as climate change that cannot be solved with capitalistic ideology. In addition, it should be noted that Ruang Rupa is based in Indonesia, which has a long history of being colonized by the Netherlands. Like many other artist collectives in Southeast Asia, in which many countries experienced colonization by the West, Ruang Rupa carefully avoided a hierarchical system from Documenta. Instead, they valued community-based equal relationships, which may contradict the general notion of artist, who is usually seen as charismatic, heroic, original, and unique. Naturally, most participating artists were artist collectives rather than solo artists. Not only was it the first time for Documenta to choose an Asian director, but an artist collective. This decision itself shows that art professionals in Europe seek diverse perspectives in looking at the meaning of art today. The voices from the Global South were remarkable in this year's edition of Documenta. Many artists looked at communities of minority groups, such as Hang on a moment. Sorry, just a small trouble here. I'm sorry. Not only was it the first time for Documenta to choose, okay. I would like to introduce some artists from Documenta now. This is the artist group called Communal Film Rojava, which means the Rojava Film Commune from Rojava, the autonomous region in northern Syria, documented the Kurdish heritage of its traditional songs sung by singers with outstanding skills in their films. Introducing such unique Kurdish culture through the film is extremely important for the collective. Whose objective is establishing their film industry in Rojava region, projecting culture in indigenous communities. It is clear that the collective's activities are closely linked with the political, social, and cultural situations of Rojava region. This is an extract from the introductory text of the group. The Rojava region was already suffering from a lack of investment in arts, culture, and education before the civil war in Syria, leading many young people to start or continue their artistic education in other regions such as Damascus, Aleppo, Homs, and Hama. In addition, the Syrian government pursued a violent policy of forced assimilation that resulted in indigenous communities being stripped of their history and artifacts. Against this background, Communal Film Rojava was founded. In its first year, more than 45 community members screened over 300 films for children and the elderly throughout Rojava. In addition, there were activities such as the Rojava Film Academy, a one-year educational program with theoretical and practical classes. The production of own films and the development of special infrastructure. The main aim was to give women and ethnic and religious minorities a voice. This is another collective called Brito Arts Trust from Dhaka, who revisited communities in rural areas in Bangladesh that they had worked with before and examined geopolitical problems faced by the communities. They also present economic issues surrounding food by suggesting that the production of food is heavily controlled by artificial means to meet the demand of global consumers. They exhibited objects of food produced in cooperation with local artists and artisans. In their huge mural painting, scenes from old Bengali films are depicted. They are related to food, hunger, and war, which reflect the history of the area. Like the Rojava Film Commune, Brito Arts Trust acts as an alternative educational platform. They support numerous interdisciplinary practitioners, groups, and networks, and offer professional artists a local and international forum for meetings, discussions, and experiments. They work as mediators between the local communities and artists. Many artists in Documenta focus on ongoing oppressions and social problems that severely affect most vulnerable people. They look carefully at the political and economic imbalance of power, which is a foundation of the structure of colonialism. In the Venice Biennale this year, throughout the exhibition, I felt a strong will to question and restructure our society's present system. In the central exhibition, titled The Milk of Dreams, curated by Cecilia Alemani, most participating artists were women or non-conforming. Among them were female surrealists. By viewing their outstanding works, I recognized how we are accustomed to associating the surrealism movement with male artists such as Salvador Dali and René Magritte. Alemani's curatorial attitude of decentralizing the Western humanist perspective, which has been dominantly possessed by the Western white man, interestingly resonated with many national pavilions of the Biennale, whose artists were selected individually according to their own policies. The US pavilion was represented by Simone Lee, the first Black woman to be appointed. Through her powerful body of work, Lee brought experiences and labor of African women into the pavilion and was awarded the Gold Lion of the Year. The French pavilion was represented by Zineb Sedira, who made a unique film installation with narratives that reflect her own life, yet blurring the boundaries between fiction and reality. It is the first time for an artist of Algerian descent to represent the French pavilion. Sedira was born as a child of working-class immigrants who settled in France in the early 1960s, around the time that Algeria became independent from French colonial rule for about 130 years. Her community has suffered decades of racism and discrimination. According to her interview with the New York Times, studying and living in London made her live easier. She says, "Coming to England helped me a lot because I suddenly was distanced from the kind of pathological relationship with Algeria. I had a different way of looking at French colonial history, I became less emotional about this kind of racism and was able to explain it, though not accept it. She settled in Brixton in London, where she made friends with artists, including Sonia Boyce, who also represented Britain at the Venice Biennale this year, the first Black British woman to do so. She says, I am a product of colonialism because I was born in France, but should have been born in Algeria. Cedria said in the interview, if my parents hadn't been colonized, I would be there today. I am a legacy of all the stories and all the suffering. And the Netherlands this year handed over the Dutch pavilion in the venue of Gialdini to Estonia. It is interesting to see this event as an act of heighten the question already long discussed, the traditional style of the Biennale that are competed to each other among national pavilions, like the Olympic Games. And the question about the limited number of countries have their pavilions in the main venue, Gialdini. Artists Christina Norman and Vita Razavi, who represented Estonia, boldly presented the theme of colonialism of the Netherlands over Indonesia by shedding light on the overlooked story of the 19th century Dutch artist Emilie Rosalie Staal, who succeeded in her botanic paintings of orchid. During the time of Dutch colonization, Staal promoted growing Indonesian orchid flowers for her artistic subject, and also to use them as a political tool. In Asia, the history of Japanese imperialism and the colonization of other Asian countries is an inevitable issue to be discussed. Many artists have tackled this issue through their artwork. A Japanese artist, Hikaru Fujii, made a multi-video installation called Mujo, or The Heartless. The monochrome film in the installation, shot in the early 1940s, documents one of the civilian training centers built in Taiwan during the Japanese colonial period for the purpose of assimilating citizens in Taiwan into Japanese. The color film shows young foreigners who immigrated to Japan recently for work and study, reenacting the training and the rituals they see in the monochrome film. By using the technique of reenactment, which is often employed for his work, Fujii tries to make viewers feel closer to violence included in historical events. In his recent work, Fujii focuses on the theme of Japanese war paintings, which were painted to promote and justify the war from the 1930s until 1945, when Japan was defeated in the Pacific War. Fujii collected a huge amount of images and documents from the United States National Archives and Records Administration to research Japanese wall paintings and recreated the exhibition of Japanese wall paintings held at the Tokyo Metropolitan Art Museum in 1946, using videos and installations. Through his research of the materials, Fuji discovered the question of the occupation forces handling of the paintings, whether they should be preserved as artwork or discarded as war propaganda. They decided to hold the exhibition to show confiscated 153 wall paintings that was open only to members of the Allied occupation forces and strictly prohibited by the Japanese to view it. The paintings were later sent to the US until being returned to the National Museum of Modern Art, Tokyo in 1970 as an indefinite loan. In his exhibition, Fuji installed wooden panels of the same size as the original wall paintings, together with captions on which the names of painters and the titles of the paintings were written. However, the colors and shapes painted on the panels are associated with abstract expressionism, which had a strong impact worldwide back then. This symbolizes the cultural and artistic influence of America on Japan after World War II. Throughout his work, Fuji examines the ambiguity of the border between art and political propaganda regarding wall painting, as well as Japan's shift from its imperialism to the subordinate or colonized position under the United States in the midst of the Cold War. Here, I would like to introduce 3 works made by the Singaporean artist Ho Tsun Yen, focusing on Japan during the time of imperialism as the subject. This is an installation view of Ho's work, Hotel Aporia, which used a heritage building called Kirakute, an old inn, as the venue of the exhibition, shown as a part of Aichi Triennale in Japan in 2019. Ho projected on the screens some scenes from the films of Yasujiro Ozu, one of the most eminent Japanese film directors, by erasing facial images of the actors. Ho was interested in the fact that Ozu was staying in Singapore from 1943 to 45 during World War II to make a propaganda film about the Indian nationalist Subhas Chandra Bose. He also shed light on Ryuichi Yokoyama, the cartoonist and animator who was sent to Indonesia to make propaganda films. Yokoyama turned his best-loved character, Fuku-chan, into the sailor of a submarine who attacked many Allied ships in the film. Ho inserts stories of a squadron of kamikaze pilots called Kusanagi Unit in the installation, as he found from the archive the historical fact that the pilots had their final dinner at the Kirakute during the war, before they were sent off for their missions in Okinawa to attack the approaching US warships, which was in fact suicide attack. Ho also touches upon a group of scholars called the Kyoto School, in which the central figure was an influential philosopher, Kitaro Nishida, who established the concept of zettaimu, or absolute nothingness, based on his lifelong study and practice of Zen and Buddhism. Who intertwines the stories of Japanese artists' engagement with the war, kamikaze pilots, and the ideology that supported the system of Japanese imperialism. In his another installation work called Voice of Void, which was made in collaboration with Yamaguchi Center for Art and Media in Japan in 2020, who further investigated the ideology and the influence of the Kyoto School during the war. In combination with video installations and the device of virtual reality, the viewers have a unique experience of seeing, hearing, and feeling the ideas of the scholars. In the space called Sky, where many robots symbolizing the kamikaze suicide pilot are floating in the air, you can hear the voice of Hajime Tanabe, one of the philosophers of the Kyoto School. The text being read is a part of Tanabe's speech called Death, Life, delivered in 1943 at Kyoto Imperial University at a time when student conscription was beginning to intensify. A few months later, students were conscripted as pilots for the special attack units or kamikaze units. Tanabe's lecture stresses the meaningful death achieved by sacrificing an individual for the people. It is considered to influence the student's mindset. And last year, 2021, Ho's solo exhibition, Night March of 100 Monsters, was held at the Toyota Municipal Museum of Art in Japan. In this exhibition, he created many monsters in his animation films, using the form of yokai or monsters in Japanese folklore, with some additional information about them. One of these is Daitengu, modeled after the Buddhist monks who live and practice in the mountains. They are said to be skilled in all forms of martial arts and teach swordsmanship to various historical figures, according to legends. Ho's Daitengu continuously morphs between Tengu, monk, and soldier, hinting at ambivalence between Buddhism and militarism, which existed in the ideology of Imperial Japan. Ho also creates a new yokai called Nisebozu, or fake monk, which are yokai soldiers with the special ability to transform into monks, inspired by the stories about Japanese soldiers who disguised themselves as monks to escape capture at the end of the war. These serial works presented by Ho Tsun-Yen to investigate how the mindset towards imperialism was established in Japan are inspiring and thought-provoking. This is a great progress that the history of Japanese colonialism, which is often hidden and kept secret as a taboo, is revealed with the artist's unique perspective. In addition, the fact that this was done by the artist in collaboration with Japanese researchers, curators, technicians, translators, and all other specialists is extremely important. I can see hope of future in such a collaboration of artists with creative minds and Japanese professionals. Thank you very much for listening.
Can you hear me? Can everyone else hear me? Okay, cool. So, we have a couple of minutes for questions, if anyone has any. Just raise your hand and then I can repeat the question to Natsumi because I think this mic might be the one that she can hear from. I have kind of I think it's more of a comment, but the way that you were talking about taboos and how that plays into, wait, just to make sure, can you hear me, Natsumi?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult because your voice is echoing. Yeah, but still, yes, still I can hear you.
Okay, I think you might need to mute. My comment was mostly like speaking about taboos in this conversation about decolonization. Would you say that keeping a topic like this a taboo is another way for like colonial, like, or I guess previous colonial powers to kind of control the narrative and like exercise that same power as well in like more of a cultural sense?
Well, I think it's a little bit different, and because Japan, of course, after World War II, Japan became kind of colonized by the US, and Japan changed its policies totally. So, and the people in general are peace lovers, and which is good, but it's really kind of taboo to talk about things happening during the war. And many people who engaged with the war don't want to talk about their experiences there, partly because it's too hard and many of them feel guilty. And it's a perhaps it's a kind of Asian thing to things happening in the past make secret, because I heard the similar things from other artists from other Asian countries, and many people don't want to discuss about the past and what happened during the war. But I really think it's not really good for Japan, and everything became taboo, and the people just keep things secret and started talking, just about peace, which is not responsible at all for other Asian countries which Japan invaded. So I think I really want to welcome artists like Ho Sun-Yen, who is from Southeast Asia, having a really great insight in analyzing the past from very unique and interesting perspectives to reveal what sort of natures were hidden during the war and also before the war. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. We are a little bit short on time just for the next speaker, but we can.
So I just, hi Natsumi. Thank you for a very thought-provoking talk. So I wanted to bring up the issue of the ambiguity of the object when you talked of Hikaru, Fuji, and the wooden panels, and whether they should be discarded or reused and reinvented. I think that's a very interesting dilemma that has to do with the decolonization thought process. So could you comment on that?
You talk about real objects which Fuji used for his exhibition.
Matter that might have a similar ambiguous status.
Oh, okay. Actually, these wooden panels are reused panels, so they were to be discarded. So I really, my voice is echoing, and I honestly, I don't know whether they were reused again or not.
To me, and now we'll be proceeding to our second speaker. I'd like to invite Nusrat Khwaja back on stage to introduce Yamine Chaudhry.
Her biodata out. So.
And Yamine is, she pre-recorded her talk, so we'll be watching the video.
Okay,
Yeah.
can I just say it from here? Do you want me to come out? Okay, so Yamine Chaudhry is based in the US now. She uses a range of media in her practice to unpack architectures of aspiration in contemporary South Asian cities. Her work moves across the personal and collective, house and city, linking expansive urban development and middle-class aspirations with the shrinking of the commons. A graduate of Cornell University and SUNY at Albany, Chaudhry has a background in architecture and combined media visual art. The arc of her work has been focused on contentious urban space, incubating several experiments in collectivity and collaborative production, starting with the formation of Tentative Collection in Karachi and Karachi Beach Radio. Her artwork and writing have been featured at numerous art spaces, various international forums and publications. She is currently a faculty member at Rhode Island School of Design's Department of Interior Architecture. Yamine Chaudhry.
यहाँ एक दीवार बन रही है जो आप जंगली मंकी देखिए उससे बहुत आगे से शुरू होगी और दीवार जो है बिल्कुल समंदर के साथ साथ चलेगी।
So we stay with the environment here with the work of La Jamia, Karachi La Jamia, which is a project of two artists. I couldn't see. Okay, Shahana Rajani and Zara Malkani. And we actually have a live artist here for this section. Okay. So Karachi La Jamia is an anti-institution based in Karachi, seeking to politicize art education and collectively explore new radical pedagogies and art practices. It is a nomadic space, moving outside the institution to occupy public spaces in the city as sites of study, disrupting imperial modes of knowledge, production, and circulation. We attempt to make sense of the new military state apparatus in neo-colonial times and what it means to produce and disseminate knowledge within it. Zara? Hi. Okay. So I'll let you take us on this journey. Oh, okay. Okay.
She's here? Okay. Okay.
So welcome.
Thank you. Okay.
Tell us what an anti-institution is.
Oh, that's what the whole presentation is about. सही है आप यहीं होंगे know if we can hear you.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Okay. You want to say hi one more time?
Hi, everyone.
Great. Okay, we can hear you. So today, Shahana and I will be presenting about our collaborative practice called Karachi La Jamia. Shahana and I have been collaborating together for a very long time, and Karachi La Jamia is one of the major long-term projects that we've been doing together over the last almost 10 years now. So we'll be presenting two projects that we've been working on as Karachi La Jamia. Our interest in our collaborative work as well as our own practices is on studying and understanding infrastructural violence, indigenous dispossession, ecology, and militarism in Karachi. And more recently, we've also been looking beyond Karachi into places like Shahana's been spending a lot of time in the Indus Delta. I've been doing research on the Makran coast. So we're really interested in thinking about and understanding ecological violence and the military development nexus in Karachi and beyond. Before we get into Karachi La Jamia, which is this long-term project that we kind of understand as a pedagogical experiment, Shahana and I both, besides being artists, have also been teaching for a long time in Karachi in different institutions across Karachi. And Karachi La Jamia is a space in which we think about pedagogy and learning and knowledge production outside of the walls of the institution. But before we really get into Karachi La Jamia, I'd like to just give you some backdrop into the nature of our collaboration and how Shahana and I begin working together through this project that we, an ongoing publishing project that we have been doing, along with a third collaborator, Abira Kamran, called Exhausted Geographies. And Exhausted Geographies has been a series of publications that explore similar themes of development and state violence in Karachi. Exhausted Geographies is conceptualized in 2013 when Shahana and I had both returned to Karachi after spending some years abroad. And so 2013 was a really interesting and important time in Karachi's history. In 2013, what Shahana and I were really encountering upon having returned was this massive growth in cultural and literary production about Karachi. And we were really interested in and concerned by the ways in which a lot of this literary and cultural production about Karachi, novels, writings, theater, art practices, visual films, etc. We were interested in the ways in which a lot of this cultural production was reproducing and relying on a lot of tropes and cliches about Karachi as a city that is the site of incognizable, inchoate, indescribable violence. And we were interested in thinking about the ways in which this narrative of Karachi as the site of this kind of opaque, obscure, wild violence, that discourse feeds into a certain set of interests that the state has in the governance of Karachi. So we were interested with Exhausted Geographies in thinking of ways in which we could think about Karachi otherwise, in which we could visualize or see or speak of Karachi through a different gaze with a different set of investments. And one thing that we were very interested in that period of time was also the map form. We were also noticing in 2013 the sudden proliferation of maps being made and distributed about Karachi in English language media in particular. So Dawn GIS, for example, or Express Tribune were coming out with almost daily maps of that were mapping out terrorism or crime in Karachi. 2013, towards the end of 2013, is also when the Karachi operation happens or gets announced and emerges in Karachi. And so we were also interested in thinking about the ways in which this production of terror maps or crime maps and the circulation of these maps in English language media in Karachi really did the work of creating popular support for a military operation, a very violent and widespread military operation to take place in Karachi. This is an example of a map made by Dawn GIS. that kind of tells a similar story of Karachi and highlights particular neighborhoods in Karachi that are red zones or no-go zones that are teeming with the potentiality of violence. And it's really interesting to note the ways in which these neighborhoods that you see highlighted in these crime maps and these terror maps then go on to become the neighborhoods that are the recipients of the greatest violence at the hands of the military operation that happens in Karachi, where they become these kind of dark, opaque sites of extrajudicial violence. And then it's also interesting to see the ways in which then these spaces also become the sites of aspirational development projects. So I'm thinking about projects like Bahria Town in Karachi, Bahria Town in Gadap, for example, or even my own institution, Habib University in Gulistani, Johar. So this is kind of the backdrop against which Shahana and my collaborative practice emerges. Shahana, do you want to take it from here?
Yes, my voice is clear. I think I'm hearing a bit of an echo.
Yes, your voice was clear, but it's not clear anymore.
Maybe I'll just start and yes, no. Could whoever the tech is on that side, maybe mute, because I'm really hearing my voice over and over. Okay, so as Zara said, she was giving you an introduction and background to how
Shahana, can you hear me? Go ahead and keep talking.
So as Zara introduced, our collaboration began in this moment of increasing militarization in the city, and we founded Karachi La Jamia in 2015 at a time when we were becoming very alarmed by the growing militarization, not just of the city and of the Karachi operation, as Zara mentioned, but also militarization in the realm of cultural and knowledge production. We started noticing that censorship and surveillance had really increased within universities and the city at large. We saw Karachi become increasingly enclosed and securitized as spaces for dissent rapidly vanished, as progressive community centers fell apart or were forced to shut down, as activists, teachers, organizers were being killed and silenced around us. So through Karachi La Jamia, we wanted to imagine pedagogical and cultural practices that could connect with some of these ongoing struggles in Karachi to build solidarity. We were thinking about finding ways of practicing care and connection across an increasingly bordered and fragmented city. And I think from the outset, we were envisioning, or we were wanting to understand study as a form of sociality and relation. I think I heard someone in the beginning wanting to define what an anti-institution or what an anti-university is. So the La Jamia translates roughly into anti-university. And even though that is part of our name and spirit of the project, me and Zara both have been teaching at universities for a long time and will continue to do so in the future. So the project is not meant as a withdrawal, but this kind of antagonistic and critical positioning is just a way to step outside and reimagine in this space contemporary pedagogical practices, because so much of the learning that is generated in universities functions to really demystify, to fix and reduce this kind of incredibly expansive and critical practice of pedagogy. And of course, this draws on a long legacy, colonial legacy of depoliticizing education and knowledge. So the work that we set out to do is to learn, to witness, to connect in defiance with the boundaries demarcated for us by the state and the institutions that we have inherited and that we work within. And we really kind of, by founding and creating Karachi La Jamia, we really wanted to create spaces in which we could build, recognize, and honor our relationships and entanglements with each other and with the city and the land that we inhabit. Before we share some of our courses and some of the work that we've done with Karachi La Jamia, we wanted to start by reading some passages from an essay that we wrote together in 2017 called The Militarized University and the Everywhere War. And this will sort of lay out for you the political climate that was the moment in which we founded Karachi La Jamia, and it is the climate that we continue to work within and against. So I'm just going to read out a few paragraphs from the introduction. The post 9/11 global political climate has seen an unprecedented growth in the spheres of cultural and knowledge production in Pakistan. This growth has taken place alongside a simultaneous multi-scalar expansion of the Pakistani military state apparatus into all spheres of life, as well as an influx of global capital with similar wartime agendas into the cultural spheres. We are interested in understanding the effects on academia and culture of Pakistan's participation in the war on terror as it transformed and proliferated into what Derek Gregory calls an everywhere war, where war becomes the pervasive matrix within which social life is constituted. Contextualizing the stage against a history of repression and censorship by the Pakistani state, we trace the trajectories of the academic military industrial complex in an attempt to uncover the mechanisms and consequences of the neo-colonial university in Pakistan, as it increasingly becomes an instrument for state surveillance and propaganda. The policing of academic production has rapidly accelerated over the past years. Since 2017, with the emergence of Raddul Fasad, a nationwide military operation, the military has become increasingly flagrant about their involvement in higher education institutions, denigrating these spaces as breeding grounds for anti-national politics, whilst also instrumentalizing them towards their vision of the national project. We explore the ways in which culture and the art school have been weaponized and the cultural landscape irrevocably transformed as the everywhere war has entered the field in the form of international aid and donors, marking a new stage in the historically colonial nature of the art school. This cultural resurgence that has sprung up via unprecedented global capital, surfacing in the form of public art and countless literature festivals, has taken place alongside a simultaneous military-sponsored occupation of higher education and a series of debilitating attacks on alternative cultural and pedagogical spaces. We attempt to make sense of the dual forces of the military state apparatus and global cultural capital, which are both linked through a narrative of countering violent extremism in Pakistan. So this was, just a few paragraphs to give you a sense of some of our analysis and observances on the violences and repressions that we have been seeing escalate around us over the past years. But we formed Karachi La Jamia with a desire and a knowing, or maybe an inkling, that critique in this moment or analysis in this moment is not enough. And we really wanted to find a way, make space to continue doing the political work that we needed and wanted to do. So yeah, this project has been a way for us to find new spaces, new methods, new alliances to continue with our work as restrictions around us in some ways increase. So how Karachi La Jamia functions is that every year or two, we organize an open course through which we experiment with questions of the city, pedagogy, research, and relation. All of our courses center around collectivity and collaboration. And a kind of really key spirit behind our work is a refusal of isolation. That in our professional lives, we so often in today's time find ourselves working in really isolated ways. And Karachi La Jamia really is a way for us to refuse that. So each course and each session that we organize is imagined as a coming together, a community building project. And the experiment and the question that we are really curious about is what happens when we research and learn together, when people come together and create a collective space for learning. Maybe Zara, you wanna take over?
We'll share with you two projects that we've done, two courses that we've done as Karachi La Jamia now. The first is called the Gadap Sessions, and the second is Hamare Syal Rishte. So as Shahana said, our projects our courses are site specific. They take place in public space. Our sessions are mostly carried out in collaboration with a community organization or an activist group or a movement that is unfolding in Karachi at that particular time. The Gadap sessions began in 2015. But just to give some backdrop around Gadap, the neighborhood was being in 2013, around the same time as this Karachi operation happens. Gadap is an indigenous neighborhood, primarily of agricultural and grazing land, and has been inhabited by Sindhi and Baloch communities for generations and generations. And in 2013, this land starts being surveyed and mapped out and carved out for real estate development by Bahria Town, Karachi. And around the same period of time, a community organization comes together called the Karachi Indigenous Rights Alliance, now known as the Sindh Indigenous Rights Alliance, that comes together to resist the occupation and the devastation of their lands and their displacement, the community's displacement from this land. So in 2015, we came together with Karachi Indigenous Rights Alliance and put together a course that was supposed to take place over 10 weeks, every weekend in Gadap itself, in collaboration with local community elders and with the Indigenous Rights Alliance themselves. The sessions varied widely in form and method. They included guided tours led by displaced locals and activists, oral historiography, days spent mapping and documenting the ongoing destruction and development, and meetings with lawyers, historians, urban planners, and environmentalists. Really, what we set out to do here was to witness and document the ongoing devastation of this region and this ecology and the communities that were resisting it and were being displaced. But increasingly, as we spent time in Gadap, we also learned and felt the importance of witnessing and documenting the long history and rich history and the very, very rich and vast ecological knowledge of the communities of this region. And to learn from those ecological knowledges. So there was, in terms of pedagogical methods, there was the kind of documentation of the infrastructural violence and attempting to understand these architectures of occupation. Then, of course, there was oral historiography. Walking, sensing, and sociality and relations are also a big part of what we do and what we consider central to our pedagogical methods, the building of and the acknowledging of relations. And then finally, kind of going back to where we started with exhausted geographies, mapping also came to be a big part of what we, of the methods that we undertook to understand the nature of the violence that was unfolding in Gadap at the time. So really, we start out with exhausted geographies with this kind of sense of skepticism and an understanding of the violence of the map form and map making practices and the ways in which, starting from its colonial history of the map being used as a tool and an instrument for colonization, the ways in which the map form and map making practices continue to be instrumentalized for those purposes as you see in those terror maps or crime maps that we showed you earlier. And so even now, in trying to understand and move through Gadap and the violence that's unfolding there, we undertake mapping with that same sense of skepticism and critique. But we still also find mapping and map making to be a useful tool in visualizing. Sorry. In visualizing and laying out this really vast archive of research and information that we had collected. We had started out imagining the Gadap sessions as a course that was 10 weeks long, but with the commitment of our 13 participants and with the commitment of the Karachi Indigenous Rights Alliance and the community elders that we met over there, the course actually ended up expanding into a 6-month-long course where we continued to go throughout this period of time, almost every weekend, to visit Gadap and do these kind of collaborative research and mapping practices. So as we amass this vast archive of research, we find the map form to be useful as an analytical tool, but we're still incredibly uncomfortable with and skeptical of the visuality of the map, the power, the sense of power that comes with this bird's eye view or the God's eye view, the flattening and the reduction of space, the simplification of that space, the erasure of bodies, the fetishization and the kind of illusion of precision and accuracy that the map form gives. And so we really wanted to think of a different way of imagining this space that could be more true to telling the stories of what we witnessed there, and also the histories and the ecological knowledges that were shared with us. So what emerged from that was a website that we designed with also again with our third collaborator, Abira Kamran, called offstruggle.com, in which we try to imagine a different map form using the interactive, multi-layered and multi-scalar capacities of the internet or the web-based medium. Shahana, do you want to say a little bit more about the Gadap sessions?
So as I think you mostly said everything, but yeah, so Off Struggle, this kind of web project that Sarah is showing, emerged as a kind of browser-based artwork or browser-based archive that attempted to give some kind of form to these practices of immense violence, dispossession, and displacement that we were seeing unfolding in Gadap, to think about how to make these violences visible at a time when the state, the media, everyone, I mean, there was a complete media blackout on this, right? That constantly what Bahria town development companies and even the state and military, how they are presenting this land is that this is Banjar, Gair Abad, and Gair Mehfooz, right? So this is barren and uninhabited land. And what that kind of narrative was doing was it was erasing centuries of placemaking and settlement of indigenous communities who live here. And so our task in reckoning with this space, with this development project, and with the map form was how do we reinscribe and how do we grapple with the erasure that these communities are facing on many levels. The next project and course that we wanted to share with you, Zara, could you move to the next slide? Oh, so two other kind of works that we have produced from some of the archive and knowledges that we gathered during the Gadap session and that collective research is a video piece called Jinnah Avenue that looks specifically at road infrastructure of Bahria Town and how Bahria Town really presumes and advertises that the roads are promising connectivity and the roads are these kind of amazing tools for progress and development, a gift to Pakistan is what they repeatedly call it. But actually in Gadap, the roads are really responsible in engineering immense forms of disconnection, erasure, and violence, that the roads become a really important tool through which people that people's land was being snatched from them. So that video kind of looks at the politics of infrastructure and development displacement. And then another work that we produced was a series of booklets called Exhausted Geographies. This was the second volume, and that also is looking at similar themes that emerged from Gadap sessions. The next course that we want to share with you is called Hamare Siyal Rishte. Great, we're on the right slide. And I guess I'll share a bit of an introduction to it. So as we were even doing Gadap sessions, the communities who we were working with in Gadap were constantly bringing our attention to the water ecologies that sustain the land. So on the one hand, right, we entered this neighborhood with a perception, and it's a common perception, as I said, that this is desert land, it's barren, it's wasteland. But actually the communities there alerted to us a rich network of seasonal rivers that would come to life every monsoon, and that this network of seasonal rivers would nourish and sustain the land, its people for the coming year. And even though we had this impression that this was an arid, infertile space, those were completely false presumptions, in the sense that this used to be a really, really nourishing, fertile landscape that in the 1980s, I think 85% of Karachi's fruit and vegetables were coming from here, right? That's how abundant this land was. So yeah, in Gadap sessions, we became really interested in, and we became aware of seasonal rivers that flow through the body of the city. And Indigenous Rights Alliance was talking to us about how Bahria Town's development project, infrastructure, and concrete building were destroying these natural pathways. And as the story began to unfold in front of us, we started to realize that this is actually the cost and story of development across all neighborhoods in the city, that the destruction of nature and waterways is at the heart of building Karachi. And the city really legitimizes itself on the myth of, or this idea that the city is outside of nature, or it's beyond nature. And we're really taught to imagine the city as if it were built on a tabula rasa, on a blank slate. But with Hamare Siyal Rishte, we envision this course with intent to move beyond this disconnect with the city's ecology, to refuse imagining it as a blank slate, into recognizing and inhabiting with care our profound entanglements with this erased ecology of the city. So this is a course that we organized last year in November. It was a 3-week-long course. It's, I think, also a larger research project that me and Zara have been doing for the past 2 years. And what this course really sought to ask was, where are we in relation to nature? How can we position ourselves in a way to reconnect with the ecologies around us? What does it mean to sense, to know, to anticipate, to expect, to witness in a world that's being rendered increasingly unstable with climate change and the climate crisis? And I think we also planned and organized this course with an intent that we didn't want to study landscapes in isolation, but really awaken ourselves to a network of relationality, not to the landscapes alone, but also to the communities that have been devastated by the ecocidal impulses of the state and the expanding development displacement that's being experienced across the region. So I guess we kind of wanted, there were a couple of kind of drivers behind this course before I get to explaining what we did in the course. So firstly, we really wanted to reframe the way that we imagine and think about Karachi, as Karachi being this isolated unit, apart from the rest of the region and apart from the rest of the ecology. And we wanted to situate Karachi within the wider coast of Sindh and Balochistan, to reconnect and think about the histories of connection with the Makran coast, with the Indus Delta, right? That we're, again, when we think about the Indus Delta, we think of the Delta as being someplace outside or far away, outside of the city. But actually, Karachi has historically been part of the Delta. The first creek of the Indus Delta, or Sindhi fisher folk tell us, starts with Kurangi Creek. So we were really wanting to kind of resituate Karachi within this wider map in the region. We also really wanted to address and learn about the histories of environmental struggle in the region. So these are, again, histories that have not been really archived well. These are histories that it's in the interest of the state to repress them, to stifle them. These are histories that are not taught in schools, right? We learn histories that glorify dam building projects. We don't learn about what movements have taken, environmental movements have risen to fight dams and to protect water ecologies. So we really kind of wanted to learn from these movements and these histories of environmental resistance, to also see them as active and ongoing pedagogical projects, and to see how we can learn from these pedagogies, right? So that me and Zara are also not doing isolated work, but our work is drawing from a long history of pedagogy that has been done in the region. And we wanted to situate ourselves within this rich history of resistance and refusal, and to learn from it. And of course, thirdly, we also wanted to address and center indigenous knowledges, indigenous communities whose lands have been snatched from them, who are most vulnerable to development, to the climate crisis, and to really think about the ongoing processes of development and destruction within Karachi, and to understand ecology in relation to all of this. Zara, am I missing out anything before I go on?
No, I think, this kind of really encapsulates the way in which with Karachi La Jamia, we're thinking about research and pedagogy as a fluid practice of building and affirming relations with our human and non-human counterparts. So with Hamare Syal Rishte, that is really what we set out to do. Shana, should we move on to the current moment, or do you have more about Hamare Syal Rishte?
Maybe just two lines. So to just give a sense of what we did in the course. So we conducted the course in collaboration with our friends and activists from organizations like the Pakistan Fisherfolk Forum and the Indigenous Rights Alliance. So Fatma Majid and Majid Mutani, for example, took us on a mangrove tour to learn about Karachi's relationship and connection to the Delta by witnessing and being around mangrove ecologies. Hafiz Baloch took us on a walk across Kathor and Gadab to trace Karachi's ancient networks of seasonal rivers that are being destroyed by development and sand mining. We went to the new deep sea port that's been built in Clifton to hear stories that draw a web of connection between Karachi and the Makran coast and the Indian Ocean. We meditated together to the rhythm of waves, tuning into the existing soundscapes of ongoing development and sensing and imagining what resistance could and does look like. So we were really trying to use a multiplicity of non-traditional and experimental methods to familiarize ourselves with the ecologies of Karachi and the politics of development. Is that you can go on?
So moving on to the present moment, it really felt impossible in this moment to occupy space on a stage and not talk about this massive humanitarian catastrophe that is unfolding in Sindh and Balochistan, and that continues to accelerate in its intensity. And in the intensity of the crisis. And so as you're all aware, Sindh and Balochistan has been hit very, very hard by the floods that have been unfolding for the past few months. In some ways, the situation is even worse now than it was at the height of the waters surging in. Disease is still rampant. The water is still very much standing. It feels like seas and oceans from Dadu to Kambarsha Dadkot. It's the complete absence of relief camps is really, really palpable. And the complete absence of aid reaching communities is really, really palpable and is really, really shocking to witness. And so many of the communities that we've been engaging with, activist communities, indigenous communities that we've been engaging with in our work over the past few years, have been deeply, deeply affected by this crisis and have not only been the first responders in the absence of any state or NGO or international aid and rescue efforts. Not only are they the first responders, but they're also the last responders because they are deeply, deeply engaged and entrenched in the communities that they work in. And so in this moment, it feels impossible and unconscionable to not be deeply, deeply engaged with what is happening in terms of relief efforts and in terms of any kind of recovery from this moment. But also thinking about what the future is in the context of this climate crisis, and thinking about our own practices as researchers, as artists, as teachers, really thinking also about what pedagogy or what we think of as eco-pedagogy could look like in the context of this really, really horrifying unfolding climate crisis that we seem to very much be at the front lines of. And really what it feels like is the necessity in this moment to center and to work under the leadership of these communities that have been in relation with these environments and these landscapes for generations and generations. And it is precisely these communities that have been warning us of the unfolding, of the incoming crisis. And I'm really interested in this moment that we turn our gaze towards the really, really massive body of literary and cultural production that has been undertaken and been this kind of prolific writing that has been produced in Sindh, critiquing the infrastructural violence and infrastructural nationalism of Pakistan and warning about the ecological consequences of that infrastructural violence. I think that Sindh is probably home to some of the richest scholarly production in the world when it comes to ecological defense, specifically in relation to rivers. It is a massive, massive, rich, incredible body of work that has been so completely erased in mainstream Pakistani culture and scholarship. And so it really feels necessary in this moment that we turn our attention towards the vast and rich and prolific world of ecological knowledge and ecological traditions in Sindh to understand the nature of infrastructural nationalism and eco-violence in the Pakistani state. Because ecological resistance and defense is at the core of these much erased and neglected and of our much erased and neglected and denigrated Sindhi culture. And these are precisely the knowledges that can help us make our way through this crisis. So I just want to end by sharing some places that people can refer to if they're interested in getting involved or in helping out with some really, really incredible work that's being done at this point. Oh, can we? Shahana, do you want to add anything to that?
No, that's perfect. Thank you, Zara.
Should we end there?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So we'll end here. If you have any questions, we would love to answer.
But also looking at how Parveen Rahman was working, you know, like a time out with the communities, supporting them at that grassroots level, as well as the map making. So has she inspired you in any way?
Yeah, let me just repeat the question for Shahana. Shahana, the question was that a lot of our work seems to echo and be in the legacy of Parveen Rahman. And the question was, especially with the way in which we're thinking about map making. So has Parveen Rahman's work inspired us in any way? So I can start by answering by saying yes, very much so. I think Parveen Rahman's work is so central to the way in which we think about this city and so inspirational. And there isn't really a way to be doing this kind of work without engaging with Parveen Rahman's legacy and without learning from her methods and the way that the methodology that she created. So yes, very much influenced by Parveen Rahman's work. I mean, in Exhausted Geographies 1, we feature one of her maps that was made in OPP during her time, mapping out the indigenous goats of Karachi. And that map functioned as a document that could attest to the existence of these communities that were at the risk of being displaced. So yes, Parveen Rahman's work is very, very central to, and yeah, her legacy is a big and yeah part of what we do. Shahana, would you like to add to that?
Yes, sure. I completely agree with you, Zara, that I think Parveen Rahman has been really, really important to so many of our practices. And just to add on, I think one thing that she does and how her work has helped us as visual artists and visual thinkers is to also alert us to the power of the right, that with her work with OPPRTI, mapping informal settlements, trying to get property titles and get these settlements formalized, the map became a really central tool. And so while map, as Zara was saying, is used by the state in really violent ways to legitimize operations and militarization, there is also this history of counter use and of how people like Praveen and organizations like OPPRTI have used the map as a kind of tool and method to question and unsettle power and development and the land mafia and so on. So yeah, I think there is so much that we can learn from her work and that we continue to learn from her work.
Oh, there's some questions. Whoever wants to go first.
I also I missed the first one, just like cryptic, but I also love the intersections with your kind of. And I know you all, like she mentioned that you all had worked together. I'm also like really interested in like I'm just struck because, and I've been thinking about this since the opening of the biennial, that Engro is a core sponsor, right, of like the Biennale, like their logos right here, and they've kind of taken over like in some way. And I think unfortunately when we live under capitalism, we make these kind of connection. We have to make certain, I guess, negotiations, right? But strange bedfellows, right? And I mean, Yamina briefly touched upon it, and I know you guys didn't, because I don't think it goes into your research about Engro's like coal power plant as well, right? In interior Sindh. And of course, like it kind of feeds back into this kind of idea that of this kind of future nation in which we'll be like energy independent, but then our energy independence is like through coal when it should be maybe through other things, I don't know, right? But the thing is, which feeds back into these disasters that like you just mentioned at the end, right? So how do we kind of, I mean, this is a question that I think we continuously think about, all of us, also about like in the institution, in universities, outside of the university, in art production. And I guess, and I would like to ask Yamina the same thing, and in general, like, how do you guys continue to negotiate this kind of, whatever, like kind of paradox that we all work within, even as we're all sitting in this room, kind of, you know, allowing that to kind of manifest for us as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to summarize that question for Shahana.
Sorry.
But yeah, I guess the question is about using the sponsorship of the Karachi Biennale as an entry point. How do we negotiate the murky alliances or sponsorships that kind of are the art world that we inhabit is built upon? I think we negotiated because we don't really have any other choices. I think that there aren't really any spaces, or I don't want to be defeatist and say there are no spaces that exist outside of these kind of networks and relations, but I do think that if the choice is to completely abdicate these spaces, it's not necessarily an easy choice to make, or it's not necessarily a choice that's available to everyone. So I think we negotiate these contradictions because there isn't really a space outside of those contradictions. I think we get this question a lot specifically on a kind of a more micro level in relation to our own research and our own kind of relations in the spaces that we're doing research in. You know, Yamini kind of brought up her neighborhood and her positionality, or bringing up, you know, with Karachi La Jamia. We both, Shahana and I, teach at institutions, but then we also have this space that we call an anti-institution. And I don't necessarily see a contradiction in that, or I'm comfortable with that contradiction. I think that contradiction is a very kind of vibrant space of possibility. And I think that, with Karachi Jamia, we've really been inspired by this text by Fred Moulton called The Undercommons, where he talks about having a fugitive relationship with the university. And I think that we also kind of try to maintain that kind of fugitive relationship with these institutions where we try to be in them but not of them. And also, I think that, yeah, I'll stop there. I'll let Shahana, do you have anything to say about that?
No, I think you answered perfectly.
Yeah, I hope that answers.
I'd like to answer some about it. It's a very good question, actually. How do we operate within the system that we have? When the state actually gives no support to culture, or the kind of culture it feels is not propaganda. How do we operate? You know, and sort of my practice has been almost half a century. The way you do it is work by gaining more and more editorial control. That is the position you negotiate with sponsors. That listen, yes, you're there. Yes, the logo is there, but you have the editorial control. And that is why we can have seminars like this. And we can have the works that we do at the Karachi Biennale. So, you know, that's the space that we work.
And we're all dealing with this.
I had a question about the paper you guys read out from. You said that we've entered a new stage of the historically colonial nature of the art school. So could you just comment on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I feel, Shahana, maybe you could start with this one. Did you hear the question? It's about the
I
historical
heard the
colonial
question.
nature of the art school.
So I think part of what we have been really interested in researching as we began Karachi Jamia was thinking about the history of the art school. And the art school in itself as a form is an institution that is created by during the colonial times by the British to train, to create productive workers, right? To create an industry around craft and textile and all of that. So in that sense, that relationship already exists of an industrial relationship to art and craft. But what me and Zara have also been kind of thinking through and researching is how the art school is becoming more and more complicit, right? As Aziz's question asked in terms of sponsorship, funding, patronage. And what we started noticing is that both in terms of the military state's demands around cultural production, and this kind of global capital or this international funding that art schools were receiving, on both those, in both those realms, the art schools has started to play in the past decade a really important role in kind of molding and determining what kind of culture production is being driven and encouraged. So just as an example, I remember now, I guess maybe it's many years ago when me and Zara had visited Lahore. We went to the National College of Arts, NCA. And in NCA, we found all around the campus these posters that were military posters, kind of glorifying and thanking the military for its service and for the operations in North Waziristan at that time. And we were really surprised by the presence of these posters. And I mean, they were really, you know, a lot of them and everywhere. And we became really curious as to why this is there. And I think the more we dug into it, the more we found out that there's also a relationship, for instance, that ISPR, the media wing of the army, has with NCA as an institution and as a cultural producer. So yeah, we just, I think, are really cognizant and aware of the many entanglements and demands that are being made on the art school, and then through that on teachers and students to be producing particular kinds of works over others. And I think our argument is that this has really led to depoliticization of art education and of art making in general.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you,
Could we,
Zara.
or we,
We're out of time. I'm sorry.
we'll talk about it
It's
later.
5 p.m. um, but but thank you, Zara. Thank you, Shahana. And thank you everyone for sticking with us through session 2. One quick announcement. Tomorrow is day 2. We have 2 sessions with 4 more speakers from 10 to 5. We are going to be in the GS auditorium, which is in the building right next door. I want to thank the speakers, the moderators, Aica International, Aica Japan, Aica Germany for all their support, IBA, and all of you for coming and being part of these important discussions. And that brings day 1 to an end. Thank you.